Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
टीएमसी जावे, बीजेपी आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
বিজেপি ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
Welcome back to Sri Korsani and you're watching NDTV. Well, Mumbai votes today in a high-stakes battle for control of the country's richest civic body. The contest has turned into a fierce Maharashtra-Mumbai mukabla, with the Shinde-Fadnavis Mahayuti on one side and the Thackeray camp and its allies on the other. Over 1,700 candidates have entered the poll fray. Around 13,000 polling officers and an equal number of security personnel have been deployed to ensure a smooth and peaceful voting process around the city. We have reactions coming in. Listen to the reactions coming in today.
लोकशाही प्रजातांत्रिक रचना में रचना का एक अनिवार्य भाग चुनाव है और इसलिए वो नागरिकों का कर्तव्य भी है। तो संतुलित विचार करके, जनहित का विचार करके योग्य लगता है उस उम्मीदवार को मत देना, वोट देना, ये अपना कर्तव्य रहता है। उस दिन का वो पहला कर्तव्य होता है, इसलिए मैंने पहले आके नंबर लगाया।
तो मैं यही कहूँगा, सारे मुंबई वालों को कहूँगा, आके वोट जरूर करें। रादर कि हम कंप्लेन करते हैं कि पानी नहीं आ रहा, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं आ रहा, रोड ठीक नहीं है, कचरा है, ये है, वो है। इट्स नाउ आवर टर्न, हम सबको आना चाहिए और हो सके सारे के सारे आने चाहिए ताकि हम वोटिंग करके सही मतदान, सही बंदा चुन सकें। सो दैट इज़ इट। अगर और साथ में यही कहूँगा कि अगर मुंबई का असली हीरो बनना है तो डायलॉग बाजी नहीं, आके सीधे वोटिंग करें.
Well, on this, my colleague Saurav Gupta joining us on the broadcast. Saurav, where are you present currently and what exactly is the situation looking like on ground?
Well, it's an important day. It's a day of election in Mumbai, and obviously BMC elections have seen some struggle with turnout. So one hopes that the turnout would be good, and it's the turnout that's really going to decide which way the results swing. That's something that we've been reporting. Now, I'm at Bandra East. Now, this is where the Thackeray family, Uddhav Thackeray's family, will vote. They'll all come here. We're expected to come here at around 10:30, 11. The booth did see some line in the morning, but now, of course, the people who have
the new administration. Thank you.
Finally, what are the top 3 issues that you saw?
चलो हो गया पकड़ नहीं.
Sorry, my apologies. You were saying something. Please do complete your sentence.
So obviously this is the booth where they'll be coming in to vote, and this is where we will see the Thackerays coming in at around 10:30, 11. There are people. There's a steady stream of voters coming in to vote, and this of course is a 7:30 to 5:30 voting time. So they will be voting here between 7:30 to 5:30. This is an important booth because of obviously the Thackerays are going to be voting here. There is security. There are people who've come in. There are of course the early voters who always come in and cast their vote, and one hopes that the turnout would of course also be equally good today, given the fact that there is of course this interesting sort of election that's of course seen the Thackeray cousins come together. It's seen a lot of high voltage campaigning, a lot of hyperbole and and some really harsh language as well during the election campaign. But all of that is over. It's now the voters who have to make up their mind and decide what's best for the city. And I spoke to citizens yesterday. Most of them say they do understand that this is a very election about the basics, which is water, clean air, roads, potholes, all of that.
We're absolutely sorry. We're hoping that, of course, the voting numbers go up. But thank you so much for joining us and sharing those updates with us. Stepping into a very short break, more news and updates on the other side.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones, brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The first Indian news channel at the World Economic Forum at Davos. 21 years at the heart of the world's most influential dialogue.
Continuing to make sure that the poorest are not forgotten.
Big enough, brave enough, bold enough to face the critics.
We've been doing more and more improvements.
We are the fastest growing amongst the major economies.
Both of us are interested in these.
Young girls aren't in school because they're scavenging for water for the family.
We need to get out of the way and into the work of breaking open access for each and everyone.
Now, India's most trusted news network returns to the Alps with its most formidable editorial voices. NDTV Ignite at Davos.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा! आज क्यों रोए?
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to
There's breaking news coming in at this hour. Now X has blocked Grok image editing. This comes after concerns over obscene images being generated by Grok. Now the Grok image editing has been blocked by the social media platform X. Remember that this comes amid strong warnings in several countries, including India. In the latest that we're tracking at this hour, X has blocked Grok editing of images of real people in revealing clothing. This comes after strong warnings in several countries, including India. Remember that Indian authorities had also issued a notice to Grok over obscene clothing generated by Grok. On that note, stepping into a very short break, more news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3x50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
Final countdown to Maha Clash. Battle for BMC gets super vicious. Ill-tempered fight gets uglier. Thakre's roar at challengers. Mahayuti sniffs another victory. Unmissable build-up on NDTV. Battleground BMC.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The first Indian news channel at the World Economic Forum at Davos. 21 years at the heart of the world's most influential dialogue.
continuing to make sure that the poorest are not forgotten.
Big enough, brave enough, bold enough to face the critics.
We've been doing more and more improvements.
We are the fastest growing amongst the major economies.
Both of us are interested in these.
Young girls aren't in school because they're scavenging for water for the family.
We need to get out of the way and into the work of breaking open access for each and everyone.
Now, India's most trusted news network returns to the Alps with its most formidable editorial voices. NDTV Ignite at Davos.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude.
You are watching The Breakfast Show on NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Baba. Mumbai is voting today, and this is a fight for power, for identity, for political survival in India's richest civic body. After more than 4 years of administrative rule, the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation is back in the hands of the voters, and the stakes could not be higher. We catch all the action for you. Let's begin with the top headlines you need to know this morning. All eyes are on Mumbai as voting begins for the civic body. After a gap of more than 4 years, Mumbai goes to polls today to elect a new general body of the BMC, bringing an end to prolonged administrative rule and setting the stage for a high-stakes political battle. The Supreme Court will hear Jan Nayagan's plea today. The movie release has been pushed back due to certification issues. It's touted as Vijay's last movie before his political venture. And the big question is, will the top court clear Vijay's film? X has now blocked Grok editing of images of real people in revealing clothes. This comes after strong warnings in several countries, including ours in India. Air India says flights overflying Iran may lead to delays as they are using an alternative route due to closure of Iran's airspace following tensions in Iran and anti-government protests over the economic crisis. US President Donald Trump has declined to take military action against Iran off the table, saying his administration will wait and see. Trump also said important sources in Tehran have told the US government that the regime has halted its brutal crackdown on protesters. This, as reports state, that the US is withdrawing some personnel from bases in the Middle East. Denmark's foreign minister says there is a fundamental disagreement with the US over Greenland after talks at the White House. Trump, by the way, reiterated his interest in acquiring the resource-rich island, a position that has rattled allies across Europe and also stoked tensions with NATO. Well, Mumbai votes today in a high-stakes battle for the country's richest civic body. The control of the country's richest civic body. Imagine that. The contest has turned into a fierce Maha-Mumbai Mukabla with the Shinde-Fadnavis Mahayuti on one side and the Thackeray camp and its allies on the other. Over 1,700 candidates enter the poll fray and around 13,000 polling officers and an equal number of security personnel have been deployed to ensure a smooth and peaceful voting process across the city. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has accused the Thackerays, meanwhile, of appeasement politics, claiming they did nothing for Mumbai in 30 years and cannot mislead the Marathi Manus anymore. Uddhav Thackeray has hit back, framing this as a survival fight for Mumbai's identity. He alleges the Mahayuti has looted Mumbai for personal gains and charges that the BJP wants to hand Mumbai over to Gujarat. Raj Thackeray has gone a step further, warning that the Marathi Manus are in danger under the Mahayuti, calling the BJP a party of outsiders and accusing the ruling alliance of planning to displace Mumbaikars.
लोकशाही प्रजातांत्रिक रचना में रचना का एक अनिवार्य भाग चुनाव है और इसलिए वो नागरिकों का कर्तव्य भी है। तो संतुलित विचार करके, जनहित का विचार करके योग्य लगता है उस उम्मीदवार को मत देना, वोट देना, ये अपना कर्तव्य रहता है। उस दिन का वो पहला कर्तव्य होता है, इसलिए मैंने पहले आके नंबर लगाया।
कि गणपति पापा का आशीर्वाद लेके अब मतदान होगा। मेरी विनंती है हर एक मुंबईकर को पहले मतदान फिर जलपान। ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है मुंबई की प्रगति के लिए कि आप बाहर आएँ, आपका मत दें, क्योंकि प्रजातंत्र लोकतंत्र की एक खूबी है। जब आप वोट करते हैं तब आप सवाल प्रश्न चिन्ह उठा सकते हैं। जो आप वोट ही नहीं करें तो आप एक सिर्फ साइलेंट स्पेक्टेटर रहेंगे।
तो मैं यही कहूँगा, सारे मुंबई वालों को कहूँगा, आके वोट जरूर करें। ज़्यादा करके हम कंप्लेन करते हैं कि पानी नहीं आ रहा, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं आ रहा, रोड ठीक नहीं है, कचरा है, ये है, वो है। इट्स नाउ आवर टर्न, हम सबको आना चाहिए और हो सके सारे के सारे आने चाहिए ताकि हम वोटिंग करके सही मतदान, सही बंदा चुन सकें। सो दैट इज़ इट। अगर और साथ में यही कहूँगा कि अगर मुंबई का असली हीरो बनना है तो डायलॉग बाजी नहीं, आके सीधे वोटिंग करें।
And our team is tracking all the finer developments and the latest updates for you on Ground Zero. We have Saurabh Gupta, Saurabh Bhaktania, Anuj Raite and Abhishek Avasthi joining us with all the details and all the action this morning. Saurabh, to you first. You're in Bandra, I'm given to understand. Among voters, is identity politics still the primary driver or are civic delivery issues taking precedence? What is the turnout like so far? It's only 8:07 this morning.
Well, we have seen a decent turnout at the booth, and of course, I'm very close to the booth where Uddhav Thackeray and his family are going to vote a little later in the morning, perhaps. But what we know is that the answer to your question depends on who you're speaking to. Now, there are pockets where the identity politics takes center stage, but there are places where people say that, look, this is an election about clean air, water, good roads, parks, amenities, civic amenities, all of that. So there are different points of view, but this election has seen one campaign where the identity politics has taken center stage, and that's something that we will see perhaps in the voter turnout as well. Remember, BMC elections, there has always been an issue with turnout, so obviously one hopes that the turnout will see Mumbai's voters actually choose the BMC to be run by people who address the issues they want to be addressed. There are lots of issues that Mumbai faces, and one hopes that the turnout is a reflection of the kind of concerns that the city has over its civic amenities.
Let's also get in an update from Saurabh Bhaktania, who's in Juhu at the moment. Saurabh, tell us, are middle class and upper middle class voters turning up, or does voter apathy seem to be quite evident? Does it continue in urban pockets in Mumbai?
Well, good morning. Let me show you the visuals right now outside from Jew area, and behind me this is the Gandhi section 1. And in the morning we actually saw a lot of people. There were queue outside this particular polling station, but now yes, slowly people are turning out. Most importantly, I am seeing more of the senior citizens who are here, who are coming over here. This is a very celebrity polling station. We saw Akshay Kumar who came right at 7:30 in the morning, and he clearly said, he appealed to the Mumbaikars that this is the time that you have to cast your vote. This is your very important thing which you have to cast your vote, because then you cannot complain about the bad roads, water is not coming, and all the civic apathy which is right now in Mumbai. So cast your vote, so you have the right to question the government who will be coming in power in BMC, and therefore he appealed to all Mumbaikars that they should come out and vote for the today's elections which are happening. And we have been seeing in the past as well that Mumbaikars don't come out to vote in huge numbers, and currently there is actually a serious concern because there is a long weekend and some of the people have taken off and they have went out. So appeal from us also that come out and vote, and because these are the very important BMC elections coming after so many years. It's almost 4 years delay, and finally this BMC elections are happening, and Mumbai is already facing so much of civic issue. So once you vote over here, your government comes to power in BMC, then you can definitely raise your voice to the civic apathies, to the road conditions, to the infrastructure and all the other problems.
Thus, he's been tracking the run-up to the BMC polls very closely too. Anuj, tell us, which issues are voters spontaneously raising? Is it potholes, flooding, transport? And which issues have been pushed by parties in the run-up to the crucial BMC polls?
All of them. In fact, not just our campaign or covering of the campaign leading up to the BMC election, but our regular covering even of the civic issues in Mumbai shows that people here are very much aware of what problem the city faces. Be it the obnoxious state that the city gets into during the monsoons, be it those three months of monsoon, and it doesn't stop there, because in the last 10 to 15 years, or especially in the last 5 years, we've seen that the AQI level has gone high by such a large or an alarming degree that now even that has become an electoral issue, probably for the first time in the history of BMC elections. So, while the narratives continue, and one would be very, very quick to judge on whether the narratives are right or not, because for people who probably get victimized by that, they probably can justify it. But overall, the fact that the ground issues also continue to hold up same amount of importance is something that we have to keep in mind. But you spoke to Saurabh about the turnout just a while back. An important thing for us to note is that in the BMC election, in the longest time, the overall voting turnout in the entirety of the city hasn't crossed the mark of 50 more than one time. For the majority of the time, it has been below 50%. And we've always had this notion that places in the country which are not very progressive, which are not very developed, these are the places where where voting does not happen to a large extent. Mumbai stands out as an exception to that, because the high-end places, the places which are considered to be very elite, these are the places where the voting turnout is alarmingly, very alarming. It's extremely low, especially in places like South Mumbai, places like Malabar Hill. There the voting turnout has been low since decades, and that surely is something that we'll have to keep in mind. And in this particular election, I am standing outside Matoshri, and this is one of the important power centers along with several others. And this power center has also played a very important role in spreading out or putting out narratives which people are talking about today, now be it about civic issues or about the larger identity issues. But the major problem is there is such huge amount of confusion in the minds of the Mumbaikars, be it because of the multiple parties that are there into the fray, or because of the meaning of the anti-incumbency. Because as far as the BJP is concerned, they consider the Shiv Sena government to be those who have ruined the city by completely refusing to understand the fact that they themselves were involved in the government for the 25 years when the Shiv Sena was ruling. And the same thing is done by the SS-MNS alliance as well. So all of these factors will play a role, when the voter here in Mumbai will walk close to that EVM machine to cast his or her vote. Important for us to note is that there will be a hope for there to be a larger turnout, because at least that would mean that the level of democracy or the level of trust that people have in voting their own people back is much higher than what it was earlier.
Sincerely hope so. In fact, Abhishek Awasthi is also with us live from Dadar this morning. Abhishek, it's only 8:15 this morning, but are traditional Sena pockets voting early and in significant numbers, or is there visible fatigue after 4 years without an elected BMC?
Definitely, the visual I will show you out here, right outside. You can see the crowd here, and where we are reporting from is Dadar. Dadar is known to be the stronghold of Thackeray brothers, and this is the turnout. You can see huge amount of crowd right outside the polling booth, and definitely senior citizens are leading and giving a larger message to all Mumbaikars who are watching us right now. And Mumbaikars have always disappointed. You know, one important point that I want to raise over here is, when we take up any civic issues and reach out to them, they, talk about various issues on our cameras. But this is the time, Mumbaikars, to come out in large number and do not disappoint today and vote for the people and vote for what you want. Definitely, civic issues are very much important. We have covered those flood-like situations in Mumbai, those infrastructure messes, and at that time they complain, but they don't come out to vote. And I'm telling this on the statistics which we have. 50% let voting, you can compare the history. So that's just an important point, and people should come out, and definitely a narrative, a larger narrative, an important narrative, that is something which is more important here. Civic issues have been to be focused and very much important on this election. But you can understand how the Marathi Asmita has been brought up. So definitely, will the Mumbaikar vote for that or focus on the civic issue, something that needs to be decided by them, but they should come out and vote in large number and definitely break their record of the low turnout. And today is the day for them. It's the day for Mumbaikars to come out and vote. Back to you.
Thanks so much. Well, we'll continue to track all the latest updates and the finer developments with you, gentlemen. For now, let's turn our attention to the X factor as far as this crucial contest in Mumbai is concerned, beginning with the big reunion. You see, this election has delivered a political image few thought was actually possible, with Uddhav and Raj Thackeray on the same side. For years, the Thackeray surname itself was split, but today the cousins are asking a simple question of voters. Should Mumbai return to the family that ruled it for 26 years? But many are skeptical as well, because they question, is this reunion translating into votes on the ground, or is it symbolic optics without booth-level chemistry? Which brings us to Marathi pride and identity. This pitch is unmistakable. Marathi Manus in danger, Mumbai being taken away, outsiders versus locals. This narrative has historically shaped Mumbai politics, many would argue. But the question is, does it still carry the same weight in a city that is younger, a city that's more migrant-driven and more economically aspirational than ever before? Are voters actually choosing identity, or are they asking for delivery? Which brings us to development. The BJP Shinde camp is pushing a counter-narrative: performance over pedigree. So big-ticket infrastructure projects, alignment with the state and centre, the promise that Mumbai can finally move faster if politics doesn't pull in opposite directions. But that then raises a sharp question. If development is the claim, why are flooding, potholes and public transport still electoral issues year after year? Why is it a tragic déjà vu? And the triple engine power for Mumbai. This is actually the BJP's strongest institutional argument. Same party at the centre, same alliance in Maharashtra, and if they win the BMC, no excuses, no blame games. But voters are also asking, does triple engine power mean faster governance? Does it actually translate into faster governance or tighter political control over India's financial capital? And also there's the question of the illegals that's come up. It is a politically sensitive issue, but one repeatedly invoked during this entire campaign. You see, from encroachments to undocumented settlements, this narrative has been sharpened, but with few specifics if you look closely. So is this an administrative problem being addressed? Is it an emotional issue being amplified just during elections? We need to be looking at this with a fine-tooth comb. But that distinction may quietly shape voter choices. By the way, before Mumbai votes again, just rewind to 2017, because that result explains why today's contest is actually so tense. Just take a look at the number on your screens. Shiv Sena at 85, this is back in 2017. The BJP at 82, the NCP 9 MNS 7 and others were 14. A difference of just 3 seats between the Shiv Sena and the BJP. But today, this is no longer a two-party race. This is Mumbai's most fragmented civic election in decades. We've got some crucial political reactions lined up for you. Listen in.
आज हमने सिद्धिविनायक महाराज की चरणों में प्रार्थना की है कि आने वाले समय में विकसित मुंबई, सुरक्षित मुंबई निर्माण करने के लिए हमें शक्ति दे, हमें आशीर्वाद दे। और आज का ये दिन, ये मुंबई के इतिहास में एक ऐतिहासिक दिन ऐसा इसमें लिखा जाए। और मैं तमाम मुंबईकरों से यह आह्वान करना चाहता हूं कि आप विकसित मुंबई, सुरक्षित मुंबई और अपने आने वाली भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के रक्षण के लिए भारी मात्रा में वोट दें। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, शिवसेना और आरपीआई युति को भारी आशीर्वाद दे ताकि आने वाले समय में एक विकसित और सुरक्षित मुंबई का निर्माण हम कर सकें।
It's a great privilege to have the opportunity to vote, and I would encourage and request everyone to exercise their franchise and come and vote in large numbers.
How important local issues are for the Mumbai?
Extremely important, very, very important, and I'm very glad that we are having a BMC election and looking forward to the new administration. Thank you.
से महत्वपूर्ण चुनाव है मुंबई महानगर पालिका का, मुंबई शहर के विकास का, मुंबई के सेवा सुविधाओं का, 40,000 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा बजट का, और इसमें अपने मुंबई को विकसित मुंबई बनाने का है। मैं मतदाताओं से निवेदन करूंगा, भारी संख्या में आइए। आपके पास ये मौका है कि भ्रष्ट कार्यक्षम कारोबार करने वाले ठाकरे और ठाकरे की पार्टी को सबक सिखाने का, और उसमें मुंबईकर बढ़ चढ़ के हमारा साथ देंगे। और मुंबई वासियों ने तय किया है, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित महाराष्ट्र का काम करने वाली सरकार को वोट करेंगे।
आज महाराष्ट्र में नगर निगमों का चुनाव है और उसमें मैंने मॉर्निंग वॉक के साथ ही वोट करके आया हूं। तो ये हर नागरिक का पहला कर्तव्य है और इसलिए तुरंत आकर अपने पसंदीदा उम्मीदवार को देना चाहिए। मैं हमेशा ही हम मोदी और फडणवीस, ये डबल इंजन सरकार जो है, इसी को लिए हम काम करते हैं।
ये संविधान ने दिए हुए अधिकार का उपयोग हर नागरिक ने करना चाहिए। वो अपनी मर्जी के अनुसार जहां डालना है वहां मत डालेगा, लेकिन जो चुन कर आएंगे उनका ये कर्तव्य बनता है कि लोगों की आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति करें।
Saurabh Gupta, Saurabh Bhaktania, Anuj Raite and Abhishek Awasthi are tracking all the latest developments for us. They join us live with all the action that's unfolding in Mumbai. Saurabh, after 4 years of administrative rule, what is the sense that you're picking up on? Is there anger on the ground? Is there apathy? Take us through the sentiment this morning.
Well, these 4 years of not having an elected body in the BMC has eroded accountability, and that's something that we've seen across the board. People have articulated that there is no cooperator means there is no one to go to when there is a problem, and that's something that needs to be fixed with elections, accountability for civic issues, basic issues. That's one. Secondly, you were mentioning of what issues this election has been fought on, and depending on which group you speak to, it is very clear that identity politics does hold in Mumbai even today. There is a concern amongst the Marathi-speaking population, amongst the Marathi population. There is also the BJP's counter-narrative that the Thakres are not the only representatives of the Marathi population. So there is this battle over identity politics and who represents the largest bloc in this voting, in terms of voting percentage. That's one. The second part is, of course, the BJP's narrative of development and the fact that, they say that they have things that they've done to showcase how Mumbai can be transformed, including massive mega infrastructure projects like the metro and other connectivity projects in the MMR region. They say Mumbai has to grow exponentially, not incrementally, and that's something that the BJP promises voters. And so it is a mix of both identity politics and politics of development.
On the ground, what are voters saying? Does triple engine power sound reassuring or politically overbearing at this stage? Anuj, am I audible to you?
Well, I mean,
Yes, I'm sorry, can you please repeat?
Sorry, my question was on the ground, what is the sense that you're picking up on? Does the triple engine power debate, does it sound reassuring or politically overbearing at this stage?
As far as the debate over triple engine is concerned, the only reference they have were the promises made under the double engine government when the Vidhan Sabha election campaign were going on in 2024 election. Even then, we saw the BJP-led Mahayuti promise a number of things to people in Maharashtra, especially those to the farmers, to the women, be it an increment in the Maji Laid Ki Bahin Yojana installment or a farm loan waiver for the farmers. And the guarantee for those schemes or those policies to be fulfilled was the fact that there is the same government in center and the state. And surprisingly to people, even after they voted the Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti in power back again with huge and unprecedented amount of numbers, those promises never got fulfilled. So, when we go on ground and when we speak to people, of course, as Saurabh was talking about, identity is an issue. Civic issues or civic problems are surely the electoral issues. But the narrative about the triple engine government, and if it really brings up about any sort of flexibility when work is involved, well, we couldn't see a lot of promise in this particular point being sold. So I would definitely say that on the basis of our reportage at least, there is some sort of an overbearing image that we see of this particular thing. But the campaigning from the Mahayuti side has been very specific, that the projects that have happened in the in the MMR region, in the Mumbai region, the last 3.5 or 4 years, be it the development of the metro, be it the development of the coastal roads or several other infrastructure projects as well. The development of those projects means that the triple engine or the double engine government has been successful. But a counter narrative to that is also a very solid one. It states that, does this show that the federal structure of the country is weak, is what the opposition is also stating. Because the fact that the ruling government or the ruling party is going out in public and saying that you should make sure that there is the same government in place in your city, in your state and in your country, which means your work will get done. Is this not a clear disrespect to the fact that the state or the country has a federal system where even if there is different forms of government at state or at center, the work ought to be done if the policy is sound? And that is the counter narrative that has been pushed against the triple engine formula that has been put in place by the Bharatiya Janata Party led Mahayuti alliance.
Saurabh Vakhtania, as we've heard, both Anuj and Saurabh have highlighted that identity politics cannot be ignored. You're in Juhu at the moment. Are Marathi voters treating this as a cultural battle? So far, what have you been able to assess? Or are they asking tougher governance questions?
Well, let me tell you that things have changed pretty fast in the last couple of days or for the last 4 to 5 days. The things were pretty much different when the elections were announced. Let me tell you, both Thackeray brothers, what the experts were clearly saying that they announced their alliance very late. Then the manifesto came in. The manifesto was announced by both of the brothers, that is the Aditya Thackeray and Raj Thackeray. Later on, the manifesto of BJP, the Mahayuti alliance basically came very late. The most stunning thing which I see right now is the Shivaji Park rally of both Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray. That was a game changer, and wherein the narrative was set for the local Marathi people that there is a significant approach by the BJP alliance over here to remove Mumbai from Maharashtra and take to Gujarat. There was also a narrative which was set by them clearly saying that if right now they don't vote for the brand Thackeray, there will be no one to raise the voice of Marathi people over here. Let me tell you how this particular narrative has changed. You see, earlier in like around 15 to 20 years back, the Marathi voter base was around 45% to 50%. Now currently the voter has decreased to around 30 to 35%. So there's a significant decrease in the vote share of the Marathi speaking people. They are dominant in around 140 to 144 seats in Mumbai. So somewhere down down the line, there are certain people still feel that if right now it is time that the Marathi Asmita has to be saved, and that is what the Thakre brothers, the union of Shiv Sena, UBT and MNS is banking on. Whereas when we speak about the BJP-led alliance, they clearly are on the development issues. We also see that how the big faces of BJP did not come to campaign over here. It was a clear message given that it is the local body election. There will be a triple engine government over here, but yes, the local issues will be very important. They clearly raised the issues of redevelopment projects in Mumbai, which have been stalled for over 15 to 20 years. They clearly said that we will not let the Marathi-speaking people out of Mumbai, because right now, if you see in the several pockets of Parel, Lalbagh, Worli, Dadar or Shivaji Park, on those areas, we clearly saw that how Marathi people are going out of Mumbai, and that's where this redevelopment projects are coming in, and they are saying that these are the projects will make sure that Marathi people don't have to leave Mumbai, and this is how the Marathi politics right now is being playing on here. Right now, we are outside this particular Gandhi Bhavan. I'd like to show you the visuals once again. Early morning, we clearly saw that there were people, but right now, there are very less people over here. This is the Celebrity Polling Center. Akshay Kumar had come over here right at 7:30 in the morning. He clearly gave a message that this is the time that people has to come out and vote, because BMC elections are very important. Remember, the corporators are the one who picks up your local issues.
Absolutely.
For over 4 years, we haven't seen the corporators in action because no elections were happening.
On that note, I'm just going to rope in Abhishek as well. Abhishek, are voters conscious that they are deciding control over a 70,000 crore civic body, or does that number mean little on the street?
Definitely, this has already been the trend if you analyze past BMC election, and also the voter turnout has not been as much as expected, but today we will have to wait because elections are happening after almost 4 years, and it is an important issue. And definitely these are municipal corporation election, Mumbai Municipal Corporation. The civic issues are more prominent and it should be more dominant, but we have seen the campaign that has been spun around, wherein the political identity has been put in place. Now that's where the people who are coming out to vote definitely are making a choice on development pitch, but at one given point of time, certain pockets in the city of Mumbai where Thakres are dominant, or we have, like how Saurabh pointed out, that there are certain around 130 plus seats where the Marathi voters are dominant. So definitely, also there are certain emotional appeals in the past rallies by Thakre brothers that, this is the last chance, fight of existence and all that, So definitely that cannot be ignored. And politics is all around perception. So definitely a voter who comes to vote for a civic election has a development issue in the mind, but the pitch that is being turned around by Thakre brothers cannot be ignored. Finally, he will come and outvote for the political identity or the identity politics. That is something which is being pushed in aggressively by Thakre brothers. So it's the voters' day.
We'll continue to track all the action with you, gentlemen. As always, thank you so much for taking us through a glimpse of the atmosphere at the moment prevailing in Mumbai. For now, let's turn our attention to breaking news coming in. Elon Musk's artificial intelligence company has said that it has imposed restrictions on all users of its Grok AI chatbot that limit image editing after the service produced sexualized images that had sparked concerns among global regulators. In fact, hyper-realistic images of women manipulated to look like they were in bikinis, in degrading poses, had flooded social media on X particularly this month. In some cases, minors were also digitally stripped down to swimwear, sparking broad criticism. And now, X has blocked this entire service. Akhilesh joins us with the latest update at the moment. Akhilesh, India had also flagged concerns regarding this entire service, and now it's finally been blocked by Elon Musk's artificial intelligence firm.
That's correct. In fact, India was the first one to take note of this because the complaint was filed that such revealing pictures were being generated by this Grok, which is the AI tool of the X platform, and after that the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology had issued a notice to the X platform explaining and asking to remove all these images and block these such accounts. After that, the X had filed a reply, but the government was not satisfied. Even after that, another message was given to the X platform, and after that, X had informed India that it is going to block more than 600 accounts which were deleted, and 3,500 pieces of contents were blocked. And X had accepted this mistake and told the government of India that it will work according to the laws set by the government of India. And now the X has posted this information on the X safety account, saying that all the accounts they will be blocked completely, and the users will not be allowed to generate images of women in the reveal. Because this is so all these are blocked by the group.
Yesh, as always, thank you so much for taking us through the latest update. Further breaking news coming in at the moment. Congress's Karti Chidambaram has now weighed in on the ongoing Jananayagan controversy, as the certification is still expected for the film. Karti Chidambaram says films cannot set political narratives, and he has declared that he will not be watching Jananayagan or the movie Parasakthi. In fact, listen in to Karti Chidambaram's latest remarks.
See, ரெண்டு படத்தையும் நான் பார்க்கறதா இல்ல. திரைப்படத்தை வச்சு தமிழ்நாடு அரசியல யாராவது நிர்ணயம் பண்ணாங்க நினைச்சாங்கன்னா அது தப்பு. ஆர்னால்ட் ஷ்வார்ஸ்நெகர் தமிழ்நாடுக்கு முதலமைச்சராக இருப்பார். அவர் படம் நிறைய ஓடிச்சு ஒரு காலத்துல. அதனால திரைப்படத்தை வச்சு நீங்க என்னமோ தமிழ்நாடு அரசியலையோ தமிழ்நாடு நரேட்டிவையோ மக்களோட எதிர்பார்ப்பையோ மக்களுடைய மனநிலையோ யாராவது வெளிப்படுத்தலாம் நினைச்சாங்கன்னா தமிழ்நாட்டு அரசியல் புரிதல் இல்லாமல் அவர்கள் நடந்து கொள்கிறார்கள் என்று என்னுடைய அர்த்தம். இது என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ரெண்டுமே ஒரு கமர்ஷியல் ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ் படம் எடுத்திருக்காங்க. அவர்களுக்கு லாபமோ நஷ்டம் வரதை பத்தி எனக்கு கவலை கிடையாது. இது எந்த நரேட்டிவையும் செட் பண்ண போறது இல்ல. அந்த ரெண்டு படத்தையும் நான் பார்க்கறதாவும் இல்லை.
My colleague Vijay Gopal Muralidharan has been tracking the latest political nuances. He joins us live at the moment. Clearly, Congress's Karti Chidambaram there, Vijay, saying that he will not be watching Parasakthi or Jananayagan.
That's right. He says he won't be watching both the Parashakti and Jananayagan movie, but in a different context. Actually, the question was about the criticism by Congress on Parashakti movie, for which he replies saying that he's not going to watch both the movies, and he also says Tamil Nadu politics is so different from cinema and movie. He claimed that, saying that the political narrative in Tamil Nadu is not being said by the cinema, but you know, the section of Congress leaders have different opinion on this, because many Congress leaders opposes Parashakti movie, and even a youth wing Congress leader asked for a ban for a Parashakti movie, saying that the movie actually portrays Congress in bad light, and factually and historically also there are many errors in the movie. But however, the Congress supports Jananayagan, saying that the censor board is being misused by the BJP, and the institutional is misused by the BJP for a political mileage ahead of 2026 election. In this scenario, a different opinion from Congress party, Karti Chidambaram expressed his opinion, saying that the cinema narrative won't work in Tamil Nadu, and it means that whoever thinks like that, it means they are unaware of Tamil Nadu political situation.
Vijay, thank you so much. We leave it there for now. Meanwhile, today the Supreme Court will hear the plea filed by the producer of Vijay Sara Tamil film Jananayagan, challenging an interim order of the Madras High Court that stayed a single judge direction to grant CBFC clearance to this movie. You see, the movie's production company had filed an appeal against the order passed by a division bench of the Madras High Court, which had put on hold the single bench directive to the board to issue the film certification forthwith. On the 9th of January, the Madras High Court had stayed a single judge's order directing the Central Board of Film Certification to immediately grant a censor certificate to Jananayagan, slamming the filmmakers for putting pressure on the court to grant a certificate. The film certification was delayed after the certification board, over alleged communal scenes as well as the usage of a defense symbol in the movie, had actually flagged that matter. But now, the Supreme Court is expected to address the matter. Nupur Dogra tracking the latest and what to expect. But first, listen in to the reactions we've lined up for you.
So a fan of actor Vijay, a lot of Tamil actors. We also want the movies to come out. So we are also waiting for the movie to come out. So faster it gets cleared, the censor, the faster it comes out. We are also waiting for the day when the movie comes, all of us will go and watch. I keep cinema different, I keep politics different. I don't mix it.
No, I have not watched Parashakti. But I also wished that the censor board was not used as a political weapon to deny a certificate for the other movie Jananayagan, which, as you know, Pongal releases are a huge cultural thing. Pongal and Deepavali releases are a huge cultural phenomenon in Tamil Nadu. So it is quite baffling that one movie alone does not get the certificate.
Of course I am happy, yeah. It's a very, very, very hard film to make, and a lot of actors in the movie, multi-starrer, and each person has dedicated at least 1.5 years for this movie. The director dedicated 5 years for this movie. So I'm really happy that the movie
Your role is specifically being appreciated because you're the villain there. What kind of preparation did you put into that?
No, I'm a director's actor, and I'm so glad that I listened to the director, because whatever is coming out now, the comments, the feedback from me, it's amazing. And to be a hero for so long and to do one villain role and that to get noticed, I'm not going to do villain roles, frequently. Maybe once in 5-10 years I will do. I'm glad that I chose this.
What is your hope for Jananayakan, which is still awaiting CBFC clearance?
My prayers and my sincere wishes that the movie has to come on time. That is all I'm praying for as an ardent fan and person from the movie industry. I would only wish that Vijay all his problems are solved and he comes out with great success.
Central government has so much time to meddle in one movie's future, especially when a propaganda movie like Parashakti has been released. So I believe that this is a very unfortunate situation wherein the producers, instead of cooperating with the censor board, have taken a legal route, and it's very unfortunate because it takes time. The legal system in India does not work according to movie release schedules.
Nupur Dogra is with us at the moment. Nupur, what time is the Apex Court expected to address the matter?
Well, Parmeshwar, it is expected to come up any time around 12 p.m. today, and in fact the Supreme Court is scheduled to hear the arguments mainly by the producers. However, remember, the CBFC has filed a caveat saying that there should not be any interim relief also without hearing them out. So a relief from the top court for the movie in case of the certification will not be easy today, as the CBFC has already filed a caveat saying that no interim order should also be passed without hearing them.
Right, Nupur. We'll of course continue to track all the regular updates with you. Thanks so much. Do stay on with us for the next crucial update too. Meanwhile, let me just break down for you what the Madras High Court had said on Jananayagan. In fact, Justice Asha's order had clearly, categorically said such complaints are a dangerous trend, and entertaining such complaints are also a dangerous trend. The certification will follow once the modifications are finally concluded, they are finally done, and they will clear Vijay's Jananayagan for certification after the relevant procedure is followed. On that note, let's turn our attention now to the other big story we're tracking. There has been a new twist that has emerged in Sanjay Kapoor's will. This dispute has now reached the Delhi High Court, with Karishma Kapoor's children alleging Sanjay Kapoor's wife, Priya Kapoor. They've alleged forgery in Sanjay Kapoor's will, and sources have told NDTV that Karishma Kapoor's children, Samaira and Kian, have accused Sanjay Kapoor's wife, Priya, of forging the will, and they are seeking criminal action against Priya. In fact, Karishma Kapoor's children, Samaira and Kian Kapoor, initially told them there is no will. They were told that they claimed that Priya Kapoor told them that there was no will, and a few weeks after Sanjay's death, suddenly the will appeared out of nowhere. Sanjay Kapoor's will leaves several unanswered questions, as we have been raising. Its electronic records are now also under scrutiny, becoming a key point of dispute between these two families. Nupur Dogra's with us at the moment. Nupur, take us through the revelations that have now emerged as far as Sanjay Kapoor's will dispute is concerned.
Ishwar, in a very interesting development, we have accessed some exclusive information from the court. The submissions made on behalf of everyone, be it Priya Kapoor, be it the two attesting witnesses, and in fact, Karishma Kapoor's kids, Kian and Samaira. Now, from the information, it has emerged that till December 22, the time the court had given a deadline to give written submission, there was no on-record admission that by the two attesting witnesses that both Sanjay and Priya were in fact in Gurgaon when the will was signed. So now Karishma Kapoor's children have in fact disputed whether they were present in Gurgaon itself. They have given a digital trail. They have said that the digital trail provided by Priya Kapoor to prove that there was some that the bill was originally signed by Sanjay Kapoor has no trace of Sanjay Kapoor, and in fact they have gone on to argue at length in the court that there should be in fact BNS sections of BNS that in fact can invoke life imprisonment for Priya Kapoor should be invoked against her for this what they are calling not only forgery but also criminal fraud. They have also sought now on January 20, we are expecting a fresh hearing before the judicial magistrate where they are seeking in fact an action from the court, a direction from the court for freezing of assets abroad, which they have claimed several of those assets have already been transferred by Priya to herself from Sanjay's Demat account. And secondly, they are also seeking a forensic audit of the will, which Priya Kapoor had earlier vehemently opposed in the court. They are saying that the sign itself is forged and would not pass a forensic test. On January 20, we are expecting a very crucial development on this case in the Delhi High Court.
So in another 5 days, we are expecting a crucial update. As always, Nupur, thank you so much for breaking down the latest revelations for us. Karishma Kapoor's children alleging that Priya Kapoor initially informed them that Sanjay Kapoor had not left behind any will. However, weeks after his death, we're told a will allegedly surfaced, a document they claim appeared suddenly and without explanation. For now, let's turn our attention to the latest developments coming out of Iran. US President Donald Trump has said that Iran has no plan for executions amid fears for the fate of a 26-year-old anti-government protester. Trump has, however, declined to take military action off the table, saying his administration will wait and see. This as the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi also sought to tone down the entire rhetoric that's been coming out of Iran, urging the US to find a solution through negotiation. But on the other hand, a crowd of hardline students gathered outside the British embassy in Tehran, accusing the West of backing the ongoing protests in Iran. Chanting "Death to America" and "Death to Israel," the group set fire to the country's flags, as you just saw, and Iran has closed its airspace to almost all flights. And in response, several airlines have announced that they will reroute flights around Iran, including Air India and Germany's Lufthansa. By the way, you must note that Air India has warned passengers that they could experience delays or cancellations as flights through the region were rerouted. Meanwhile, protests worldwide in solidarity with Iran continue to erupt, with demonstrations seen across Europe. We've seen them in Milan, in Berlin, and according to reports, the US is withdrawing some personnel from bases in the Middle East after a senior Iranian official said that Tehran had warned neighbors it would hit American bases if Washington strikes. The US has already put out an advisory asking all its citizens to leave, even by land if possible, through Armenia or Turkey. And on the other hand, the Iranian foreign minister has dialed our External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar to discuss the current situation that's unfolding on his land. This amid the MEA has asked Indian nationals to leave Iran and exercise caution.
And is considering some kind of action to help the protesters on the ground. If you have a message for him, what is the message?
My message is do not repeat the same mistake that you did in June. You know, if you try a failed experience, you will get the same result. And the determination also cannot be bound. Now, Iran proved to be ready for negotiation, for diplomacy. We have proved that in the past 20 years, in 2015, in 2025, every time. But it was the US who always escaped from diplomacy, who cut the diplomacy and opted for war. My message is between war and diplomacy is a better way. although we don't have any positive experience from the United States, but still diplomacy is much better than war. But it is up to the US president to decide.
My colleague Shiv Arur now explains the 9-step escalation to the US-Iran tensions amid protests across the country against Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Take a look.
Provoked by the rising body count of protesters and the imminent execution of a young Iranian rebel, there is massive uncertainty tonight, viewer, over whether President Trump will pull the trigger on Iran. Everyone's wondering, he's been threatening, he's been saying help is coming. What does he plan to do? What appears clear is that given the mood of the US president, he is unlikely to back down until regime change actually takes place in Iran. Trump sees this as a window of opportunity to do what he has wanted to do for years since his first tenure as the American president. Now, I've been speaking to analysts for the last 48 hours to throw together what I'm now going to show you is a 9-step escalation ladder for how things could in one scenario actually play out. And if the last few days are any indication, viewer, nothing is too far-fetched. So let's begin with how this escalation may actually take place. Step number 1, the execution of Irfan Soltani. He is the young Iranian rebel who, after hundreds of protester deaths in that country, the Iranian regime plans to hang a prominent protester, the young Irfan Soltani. Trump escalates, this is of course an imagined scenario, but by saying that a red line has been crossed, and he urges protesters to arm themselves and seize local institutions immediately. Now this, mind you, is a simulation of how things could actually play out. Step number 2, what happens next? Covert aid is then sent to Iran protesters. This, some say, is already actually happening. The US deploys drones for covert airdrops to protester groups, enabling protester groups early seizure of police stations and media outlets. Then this escalates to step number 3, which is cyber attacks on Iran infrastructure. US and Israel launched cyber attacks to disable networks, power grids in key cities of Iran and command centers, creating chaos, allowing protesters to seize government buildings without immediate regime response. Then we go on to step number 4, where there are proxy strikes that take place via US allies. The US is not involved directly yet. In this, basically you have the US authorizing Israeli and Saudi airstrikes on Iran's supply lines, clearing paths for protesters to advance into the deeper areas of Iran, the sensitive sites. Then comes step number 5, where direct arming and training support begins, courtesy the United States. When this happens, the US escalates aid with heavier weapon drops like anti-tank missiles and mines and embedded special forces. That's the most important thing, facilitating coordinated seizures of provincial capitals and institutions in the most important parts of Iran. Then we move to step number 6, targeted drone strikes on suppression forces. In this, the US conducts drone strikes on Iranian units involved in protest suppression, protecting seized sites. This is very easy for the United States to do because they've got bases to operate drones from virtually all around Iran. So it's actually pretty simple for them. Then comes step number 7, which is broader airstrikes. This is where the real might of the US military could hypothetically come into play. Airstrikes and blockade enforcement around Iran. The US bombs Iranian bases and enforces a naval blockade around the Persian Gulf. while airlifting advanced gear directly to protester groups to seize central institutions of Iran. Then comes step number 8, which is very crucial. This is the penultimate step. Top-level assassination operations. The US ramps up with precision strikes, eliminating the supreme leader, the Khamenei, the IRGC generals through allied special operations or direct missile hits or decapitation operations, as they are called. And finally, viewers, step number 9 is regime change in Iran. This is the end game. This is the outcome that President Trump wants. Whether it takes this path or not is anybody's guess, but this could be one hypothetical extreme escalation scenario as to the way it works out. The US sustains massive airstrikes, enabling protesters and groups to carry out regime fracture and transition to a new government. 9 steps to a new Iran.
On that note, we're slipping into a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. My colleague Gauri Dwivedi joins you in just a moment on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3x50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा! और क्यों रोए?
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Hi, Mr. France. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
Final countdown to Maha Clash. Battle for BMC gets super vicious. Ill-tempered fight gets uglier. Thakre's roar at challengers. Mahayuti sniffs another victory. Unmissable build-up on NDTV. Battleground BMC.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world.
All eyes on Mumbai as voting begins for the civic body after a gap of more than 4 years. Mumbai goes to polls today to elect a new general body of the BMC, bringing an end to prolonged administrator rule and setting the stage for a high-stakes political battle. The Supreme Court will hear Jananayagan's plea today. The movie release has been pushed back due to certification issues. It's touted as Vijay's last movie before his big political plunge. The big question, will the top court clear Vijay's film? Social media platform X blocks grok editing of images of real people in revealing clothes. This comes after strong warnings in several countries, including India. Air India says flights overflying Iran may lead to delays as they are now using an alternate route due to closure of Iran's airspace following tensions in Iran and anti-government protests over the economic crisis. US President Donald Trump has declined to take military action against Iran, says it's off the table, saying his administration will wait and see. Donald Trump also says important sources in Tehran have told his administration that the regime has halted brutal crackdown of protesters. This as reports come in that the US is withdrawing some personnel from its key military bases across the Middle East. And Denmark says that there's a fundamental disagreement with the US over Greenland after talks at the White House. Trump reiterates his interest in acquiring the resource-rich island, saying if America doesn't, Russia and China will. A very good morning, viewers. You're watching our very special broadcast as Mumbai votes today in a high-stakes battle for control of the country's richest civic body. But this, make no mistake, this isn't just any local election about Bijli Sadak Pani. It has national, international ramifications and with a huge Tamil twist as well. I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and joining me on the broadcast is my lovely colleague Vasudha Venugopal. Vasudha, we start the broadcast with Sachin Tendulkar.
Those visuals there, and what a good side, what a pleasant side, Gauri. That's Sachin Tendulkar, Sara Tendulkar, and of course Anjali Tendulkar voting. And this probably is also in response to this voter apathy, that the criticism that voters of Mumbai often face. But yes, a total of 3.5 crore voters will be casting their vote today. And the system is really complicated because in Mumbai it's a single vote system, whereas other parts of Maharashtra there are several votes. So one voter would also be casting different votes to select all her corporators. But of course, the spotlight is on BMC, India's richest civic body, with an annual budget of over 75,000 crore, more than several states in this country. So yes, this is a battle not just for governance, but also for identity politics. With the question, Mumbai ka Raja banega kaun?
Absolutely. Mumbai ka Raja banega kaun is the key question. Viewers, on your screens this morning, this Thursday morning, are those visuals of Mumbaikars coming out. You've got celebrities, you've got sports icons, all of them coming out, sending a message to Mumbaikars, come out and vote. This is an election that's 4 years delayed already. And now, Vasudha, BMC...
Look at this visuals there, Gauri. Piyush Goyal, the Central Minister, Commerce Minister, is voting. This is Sachin Tendulkar.
Sachin Tendulkar, Okay, let's go back to Sachin Tendulkar for more. I think he's speaking in Marathi.
उसमें एक एक बूंद, हम जैसे कहते हैं कि एक एक बूंद इम्पोर्टेंट होता है. तो ये अगर रिजल्ट जो आप चाहते हो वो अगर रियलाइज करना है तो हर एक इंसान को आके मतदान करना चाहिए. मैं लोगों से अपील, मैं खुद यहाँ पे हूँ तो ये इटसेल्फ इज शोज किया ना कि इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर एवरी सिटीजन.
Okay, Vasudha, that was Sachin Tendulkar, his wife, his daughter out there to tell all Mumbaikars, come out and vote. And he's essentially someone, born and brought up in Mumbai. Essentially Mumbai ka ladka, who's telling all Mumbaikars to come out and vote.
And then that's right. And Mohan Bhagwat just voted, the RSS chief. This is Ashish Shelar, the former chief of Mumbai and also minister now. We also had Piyush Goyal voting today. He is the MP from Mumbai North. And yes, the celebrities have already come out. That's Shaina NC, the person who fought from Mumbai Devi. She gave up a very spirited fight, but yes, she lost. But yes, that is Shaina NC. That is Chandrasekharan of Air India. So yes, the CEOs are out, the celebrities are out, and yes, the common people are also coming out. That's Ram Nayak, ex-governor, also voting there. So Gauri, yes, like you were talking about, BMC this time has become so much about identity and about who owns Mumbai, who lives in it. But yes, there have been tactical alliances, there have been emotional reunions, because we saw both the Thakre brothers coming up.
Yes.
And of course, we also saw those strategic friendly fights. Remember that Shiv Sena is fighting on 90 seats.
But
BJP is fighting on 137 seats. So that's a huge number for Shiv Sena to fight on.
Absolutely. And we're going to talk about all of this, the ramifications. You spoke about the friendly fights. I'm going to speak about not so friendly jibes and barbs that were hit out at just the last day of the campaigning. We're going to talk about all of that. As I said, there's a Tamil twist also to these BMC elections. But first up, viewers, listen into some of the reactions that are coming in right now on the big story that we are focused on.
It is a great privilege to participate in this festival of democracy. Mumbai is India's financial and commercial capital. We are all proud to be Mumbaikars. We see the future of a developed and prosperous nation from the lens of Mumbai's progress and growth. I appeal to every Mumbaikar to exercise their right to vote as a duty towards their beloved city, for good governance, for fast-paced progress, for ensuring the well-being of every resident of Mumbai, and to guarantee India's success on the global stage, which starts from Mumbai.
तांत्रिक रचना में रचना का एक अनिवार्य भाग चुनाव है और इसलिए वो नागरिकों का कर्तव्य भी है। तो संतुलित विचार करके, जनहित का विचार करके योग्य लगता है उस उम्मीदवार को मत देना, वोट देना, ये अपना कर्तव्य रहता है। उस दिन का वो पहला कर्तव्य होता है, इसलिए मैंने पहले आके नंबर लगाया।
माँ मुंबा देवी और सिद्धि विनायक के गणपति पापा का आशीर्वाद लेके अब मतदान होगा। मेरी विनती है हर एक मुंबईकर को पहले मतदान फिर जलपान, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है मुंबई की प्रगति के लिए कि आप बाहर आएँ, आपका मत दें, क्योंकि प्रजातंत्र लोकतंत्र की एक खूबी है। जब आप वोट करते हैं तब आप सवाल प्रश्न चिन्ह उठा सकते हैं। जो आप वोट ही नहीं करें तो आप एक सिर्फ साइलेंट स्पेक्टेटर रहेंगे।
महत्वपूर्ण चुनाव है मुंबई महानगर पालिका का, मुंबई शहर के विकास का, मुंबई के सेवा सुविधाओं का, 40,000 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा बजट का, और इसमें अपने मुंबई को विकसित मुंबई बनाने का है। मैं मतदाताओं से निवेदन करूंगा, भारी संख्या में आइए। आपके पास ये मौका है कि भ्रष्ट कार्यक्षम कारोबार करने वाले ठाकरे और ठाकरे की पार्टी को सबक सिखाने का, और उसमें मुंबईकर बढ़ चढ़ के हमारा साथ देंगे। और मुंबई वासियों ने तय किया है देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित महाराष्ट्र का काम करने वाली सरकार को। आज
महाराष्ट्र में नगर निगमों का चुनाव है और उसमें मैंने मॉर्निंग वॉक के साथ ही वोट करके आया हूं, तो ये हर नागरिक का पहला कर्तव्य है और इसलिए तुरंत आकर अपने पसंदीदा उम्मीदवार को देना चाहिए। मैं हमेशा ही हम मोदी और फडणवीस, ये डबल इंजन सरकार जो है, इसी को लिए हम काम करते हैं।
आज हमने सिद्धिविनायक महाराज की चरणों में प्रार्थना की है कि आने वाले समय में विकसित मुंबई, सुरक्षित मुंबई निर्माण करने के लिए हमें शक्ति दे, हमें आशीर्वाद दे। और आज का ये दिन, ये मुंबई के इतिहास में एक ऐतिहासिक दिन ऐसा इसमें लिखा जाए। और मैं तमाम मुंबईकरों से यह आह्वान करना चाहता हूं कि आप विकसित मुंबई, सुरक्षित मुंबई और अपने आने वाली भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के रक्षण के लिए भारी मात्रा में वोट दें। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, शिवसेना और आरपीआई युति को भारी आशीर्वाद दे ताकि आने वाले समय में एक विकसित और सुरक्षित मुंबई का निर्माण हम कर सकें।
तो मैं यही कहूंगा, सारे मुंबई वालों को कहूंगा, आके वोट जरूर करें। खुदा करके हम कंप्लेन करते हैं कि पानी नहीं आ रहा, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं आ रहा, रोड ठीक नहीं है, कचरा है, ये है, वो है। इट्स नाउ आवर टर्न, हम सबको आना चाहिए और हो सके सारे के सारे आने चाहिए ताकि हम वोटिंग करके सही मतदान, सही बंदा चुन सकें। सो दैट इज़ इट। अगर साथ में यही कहूँगा कि अगर मुंबईकर का असली हीरो बनना है तो डायलॉग बाजी नहीं, आके सीधे वोटिंग करें।
So very interesting, Gauri, that this election is being pitted as the final battle for the Marathi voters when it comes to Thakre brothers. Devendra Fadnavis has made it very clear that this is not about Marathi identity. He said that I'm not from Gujarat, I'm a Maharashtrian, I'm from Nagpur, and today Nagpur civic polls are also being held, but we're all talking about BMC because that's where all the attention is. We have Abhishek Awasthi joining us from Dadar, we have Saurabh Gupta joining us from Bandra, and we have Abira joining us from Juhu. But let me go to Abhishek first. Abhishek, Dadar, the gud of Marathi votes, and in some ways it is seen as a lab for Maharashtra politics. How is this Marathi Hindutva battle playing out in Dadar?
Definitely, where from we are reporting, it's a strong hold of Thakre brothers. Cannot be denied. Bal Mohan Vidya Mandir, and this is the polling booth where MNS chief Raj Thakre is expected to cast his vote along with his family. And definitely, the entire narrative is what has been said by the Thakre brothers, that the identity politics versus the poll pitch by the Mahayuti, and definitely a last battle for survival for Marathi Manus is something. Definitely, if you understand, these are the civics elections. Civic issues should be raised up, but this has completely turned into a narrative of the Marathi Asmita, and that's where the Thakre brothers have been united and playing a bit card, and definitely around 130 plus seats are there, and where the Marathi dominance is, and you cannot ignore the fact that if you calculate the vote share also, Marathi vote share is in a larger number, around 40+%. So definitely they have targeted it, but how much it will turn into their favor is something that we will have to wait and watch out for. Last 3 rallies, they have put in all their efforts.
Some of the other reporters as well. You made a very valid point that how much of this Bijli Sadak Pani election is actually now about Marathi identity, about the relevance of Thakre brothers. BMC has been the epicenter of their financial and political muscle all through the last several decades. And will they be able to carry that forward? Very relevant questions. We're going to come to that in a bit. Let me just quickly now get in Saurabh and Abira. Abira, of course, is getting us details. She's from standing by in Juhu. Big celebrities have started voting in. Twinkle Khanna came out and she said, I'm voting as much for hope as I'm doing out of habit. So are we now expecting this time around the voting numbers to be higher? Historically, BMC has always polled under 50%, except for the 2017 exception.
Hopefully, that's what is going to happen this year, but it's happening after 4 years, and we are really expecting that people come out and vote. And right now, I'm at Jamna Bai Public School, and here we still haven't seen any celebrity coming out. We are expecting the Kapoor family, that is Anil Kapoor family. We are expecting the Bachchans here. We are expecting the Deols, Hema Malini. They all come here to vote, and we are still waiting. It's early morning, so we are hoping they will be here very soon, but right now the turnout is quite low, unfortunately, here at Jamna Bai Narsi International School.
Was expected as well from celebrities, and they will become the punching bag when it comes to questions on civic governance. Going across to Saurabh Gupta, somebody who's tracked the Thakres very closely. Saurabh, very interesting. Last time the BJP got 82 seats. Shiv Sena, the undivided Shiv Sena, got about 84 seats. Now BJP is fighting on 137 seats and Shiv Sena on 90 seats. I still wonder, how did Eknath Shinde manage to get that big 90 number? How is Bandra looking like when it comes to battle for the Marathi vote, especially Shinde versus UBT?
Well, this is a seat where the Thakres are going to vote themselves. In fact, right behind me is the polling station where they are expected at around 11:30, I guess, is when they're expected to come in to vote. But what we've been hearing at this point is that there are people already in line. Though the voting process seems to be taking a little longer than one would have anticipated, a lot of people are already inside. Now, you asked that question, whether it's Shinde versus Thakres, and whose legacy, who's the rightful owner and the rightful inheritor of that legacy is something that perhaps these polls will answer once and for all. I can show you a long line here of voters, and that's interesting. That's something that's very, very promising, and one hopes that it continues like this, that there are people coming in to vote and make their choice clear. But politically, it's been a very highly charged election. Everyone says it's an election about civic issues, but national issues have dominated conversations, identity politics. All of that has been the hallmark of the campaign.
Right, Saurabh, we're going to keep coming back to you because this really continues to be the big story that we at NDTV are focused on, and some of the issues that we're going to focus on, apart from the fact that this is being seen as a real test, the litmus test for the Thakres. They've come together after 20 years, but will they really be able to ensure that they retain BMC is the point. In fact, S. Balakrishnan, Executive Editor of Free Press Journal, is with us on the broadcast, along with Bhavna Sharma Jain, representing the Congress. We've spoken a lot about the two alliances, Mahayuti and, of course, the Thakre brothers coming in. The third wheel, of course, is the Congress. They've partnered with Prakash Ambedkar's party, Vasudha.
Yes,
and, whether they'll be able to really create that kind of dent is the point. I'm going to come to you, Bhavna, in just a bit, but let's get an opening thought from Mr. Balakrishnan in terms of how he sees this electoral battle right now.
That house, the BJP under the leadership of Devendra Fadnavis had completely made mincemeat of the Shiv Sena, something which was unthinkable until a few years ago. But he not only divided the Shiv Sena, he pulled down the Uddhav Thackeray government, and subsequently he also had the NCP split so that the political space is occupied by the BJP. And that is exactly where we come to. The central position, pole position is being occupied by the BJP. It was the case in the Lok Sabha election, Assembly, and now there is strong indications that Devendra Fadnavis will be able to get a hat-trick. But there is big if to that. It all depends on the level of voter mobilization. In an interview given to me, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis himself conceded that appeal depends on the extent of voter mobilization.
Right.
And because he says there are committed voters for the BJP.
But Mr. Balakrishnan, do you see the BJP becoming the single largest party today, at least in the PMC? Because that seems to be the expectation. Even last time, they were just two seats behind Shiv Sena. I'll come to that in just a bit. Bhavna, what is the Congress party strategy this time? Because you have partnered with VBA, which I understand, because you're looking at Dalit votes, you're looking at migrant votes, and you're also looking at minority votes. But VBA does not have too many candidates. In fact, many of those seats will go uncontested. So what exactly is the Congress looking at here?
The numbers that were published, many seats that are uncontested, I think we have 95% of the seats are have candidates that are fighting this battle. And the Congress has wanted to carve out, it's had its identity in Mumbai. It's been the choice in Mumbai, and we have seen that in the Lok Sabha elections, where our support, the India Alliance, actually won 4 seats in Mumbai in the Lok Sabha. Vidhan Sabha also, in our alliance, we have done, between the two parties, we have won about 13 seats in Mumbai. So, and the Congress on its own, fighting more than about 150 seats, we feel that Mumbaikars remember the development that Congress brought to Mumbai. Actually the visuals of Mumbai, if you see the Sea Link, which was given to the city by the Congress. The first metro in Mumbai was brought by the Congress. So I think that people are reminiscing the development efforts of the Congress. Even the coastal road was first proposed in 2012 and started work on 2012. Yes.
Okay. So, Bhavna, we're going to come to this in a bit as to whether Congress is actually aiding the Mahayuti, because that has been the big charge leveled by many, that because the anti-vote is going to be split, the anti-Mahayuti vote is going to be split, it actually gives a huge advantage to the Mahayuti. But let me go back to our crack team of reporters. Paras joining us from Pedder Road and Sujata joining us from Bandra. These are the South Bombay pockets. We spoke with Abira a short while back, Sujata. She said that she hasn't seen anybody coming in Juhu. What's it looking like in Bandra? Have the big celebrities finally started coming in?
Well, Celebrities have not yet begun to come to this particular police station where I am present, but yes, shortly we are expecting Sunil Shetty to come in and cast his vote here along with his family. Apart from that, there are several other Bollywood biggies who are often known, for their on-screen presence, and also what about the civic issues that they rarely we see them being participative in that. So we are expecting them as well to come and cast their vote. But yes, at this particular polling station where I am present in Bandra West, this is the Saint Anne polling station, the voter turnout is, not that high, but yes, the people who have begun to come in and cast their vote, they're speaking to us and they're stating that they are very clear about who do they have to vote. And this is going to be an important voting session for them as well, because the vacuum that was created because of, the absence of an administrator in the civic body, that to the Asia's richest civic body functioning without an administrator, without a mayor, this had definitely created a strong sense of, ambush amongst the voters, and this is going to be, sorted away after the results are out. But yes, there are voters coming in who are casting their vote. Also, there have been some cases where an old lady who was trying to cast her vote, but her name was not there in the list. Now, these issues, of course, they are these technical glitches that are coming in, but her problem was solved by the officials and the police who were present here at the spot, and henceforth all the efforts are underway to ensure that the voter turnout is increased to the maximum, and at the same time people are coming in and casting their vote only with the view that the issues that they have been facing, especially in areas like Bandra or Dadar or say South Bombay, where the citizens though are not very proactive, but yet they want resolutions and they want their issues to be resolved. So all of these important issues are going to be important, and in
that while we keep talking about the big controversy, the big jives, and we're going to come to that, viewers, because unfortunately a lot of the campaigning was overshadowed by some of those really unfortunate words, some of this that you are seeing, the buzzwords that came out, and we're going to come to that in a bit. But this is a Bijli Sadak Pani election, and let's put out some of those big issues right here. Why this is important for Mumbaikars, and what is it that they should ideally be voting on? First and foremost, infrastructure. Now, one can have a larger and a separate debate about whether Mumbai is an international city or whether it is part of Maharashtra and all of that, but it is the financial nerve center of this country, and its infrastructure on all parameters needs to keep up with its growth, and that is the single biggest issue that this election should be focused on, and that's what Mumbaikars really want to come out of. Second, an important part, potholes and traffic woes. Now, talk to an average Mumbaikar, ask her how much time every day she spends on traveling. The answer would be about 3 to maybe 4 hours. Some of that needs to be addressed either on terms of traffic, remaining has to be through local trains. Every year we see those really sad visuals of overcrowding of local trains, of people falling out of it, and every year the same story unfolds, which is that why is not enough being done to address the issue regarding traveling, part of which of course is the traffic and pothole issue. Next up, clean beach fronts. Citizens have made this a campaign. There are NGOs who've taken it forward. Some of those Mumbaikars have done yeoman service. But what about the government? What about the corporation? What about the municipality that needs to ensure that clean beachfronts should be a basic that all Mumbaikars deserve, not something that they should aspire for? Next up, monsoon flooding. Now, this is very serious because this is not something that happens on and off. It is now a regular feature, annual feature. And you have about 300 millimeters of rainfall in about 24 hours that happens. And then you have the entire city flooded. Why is there still no solution to a problem that is now an annual feature in Mumbai? Next is air quality. We sitting here in Delhi studios, in our Noida studios, know how much AQI impacts our lives. But this is not just an NCR phenomena. It's a Mumbai issue as well, and Mumbaikars also deserve an answer there, and BMC should be providing that. Last and equally important, metro connectivity, linking to the larger issue about traveling, about making lives easy for a Mumbaikar. I think those are important issues that this election should be focused on. As I said, a lot of the campaigning was about political, personal jibes, but this is what Mumbaikars really want an answer to. An election that has been delayed by 4 years, needs to provide an answer. Okay, let's get in Mayur Parikh, who's a political commentator, joining us with his thoughts on an election that is going to be extremely important, local election, national impact. Mr. Mayur, how do you see this?
Well, this is quite correct. This is a local election but has got a national impact because the future of Thackeray family and the relevance of a Thackeray brand as well as authority to give the certificate of being Marathi Manus or non-Marathi Manus is challenged in this election. Both the Thackeray brothers came up together, making Marathi Manus remember the fight of 1960. After that, Bajao Pungi, Bhagao Lungi. Then the campaigns which were being run by Balasaheb Thackeray after 1960 up to year 2000, all were given with something sort of a highlight to the Marathi voters who are around 40 to 41% in Mumbai.
Exclusionary campaigns by some of these parties. Rohit Chandavarkar joins us now. Rohit, I was looking at the representation of non-Marathis when it comes to BMCs. While we understand that, Mumbai is no longer the city of mills, so the nature of migration has changed. There is low-cost migration that the city has from North Indian states, also from South Indian states. But when it comes to the non-Marathi participation in civic issues and civic governance, that seems to be going down. The rhetoric, the call for non-Marathi mayors and deputy mayors is only increasing, although there have been several non-Marathi deputy mayors and mayors as well. How do you see that battle intensify this year?
Well, the Thackeray's are focusing mainly, like most participants are saying in these shows, your shows, on the linguistic issue only. I'm not really 100% sure about how much that makes an impact on even the Marathi voter of Mumbai today, because I think the demographic firstly has changed quite a lot, and secondly, the new generation Vasudha, which is, let's say, below the age of 40, that generation doesn't really relate to, the Sayukta Maharashtra movement that the Thackeray's keep talking about, or the Marathi pride or other things. They are more focused on materialism, progress, economic progress, getting jobs, traveling abroad, technology, and all of that. So that reflection you will see in the voting, perhaps. The issues that Thackeray's want the people of Mumbai to focus on might appeal to a generation which is maybe above the age of 50. But the demographic has changed, the age pattern has changed, and you will see that about 55% voters will come out and vote. That is the pattern that we have seen in the last several years. The voting percentage, in other words, I'm saying, is low in Mumbai city. So how much of the issues that the Shiv Sena, UBT and MNS wants to raise are relevant today is the big question.
Absolutely.
And that reflection you will see. On the other hand, just to finish, on the other hand, you have this large Gujarati population, North Indian population, which now seems to be consolidating and kind of polarizing to back the BJP, which is talking about infrastructure and other issues and focusing on, development in Mumbai, new projects, new opportunities and trade and all those things. So this is the battle between, those who want to hold on to the past and legacy and culture and everything, and those who are talking about the future or the progress or infrastructure and other things. Vasudha.
Absolutely. That's a very important point, Rohitji, you've made. And, we're going to get both Santoshi as well as Asif Bhamla. But, Vasudha, when we are talking about this election, the two things that, while at one level we are saying it is a Bijli Sadak Pani and it should be that, but why is this not just national but even international? Because, look at the way the comment that was made by Devendra Fadnavis when he said that the mayor needs to be a Hindu and a Marathi. Clearly saying that Mumbai is not New York, right? I mean, so that there's a larger ramification to it. And that is why this election has so many undercurrents to it, from the fact that, Mumbai is not New York. You are going to have a Hindu and a Marathi mayor here, not a Zoran Mamdani.
Because, that's because the Mumbai chief of BJP spoke about Zoran Mamdani. Okay, Vishal Dadlani is speaking now. He's a prominent singer from Mumbai. Let's listen into what he's saying.
पानी ये सारे साफ होने चाहिए जो बेसिक इंतजाम है इंसान के जीने के लिए
ये बम्बई है, मुंबई है, ये देश का सेंटर है, इकोनॉमिक सेंटर, और यहाँ पे नहीं है तो बाकी देश के हालात क्या होंगे? ये हमारा शोपीस है दुनिया के लिए। मुंबई लोग आते हैं देखने की इंडियन जो बड़ा शहर है वो कैसे होता है, यहाँ आते हैं और ये देखते हैं, बड़ी शर्मनाक बात है।
नई जनरेशन है, उनके लिए ओपन स्पेस तक नहीं मुंबई में, मुंबई कंक्रीट जंगल बनते जा रहा है। कई बार ये आवाज उठती है कि ओपन स्पेस का क्या, तो महालक्ष्मी रेस कोर्स की तरफ भी नजर जाती है, लेकिन क्या पूरी मुंबई
सबसे जरूरी मुद्दा ये है कि संजय गांधी नेशनल पार्क को जो डेवलपमेंट के लिए खोलना चाह रहे हैं वो उसको प्रिवेंट करना बहुत जरूरी है। ये इस शहर का आखिरी लंग है, आखिरी जगह है जहां पे कुछ थोड़ा सा फॉरेस्टेड एरिया है, वहां से थोड़ी सी हवा साफ होती है, थोड़ा सा जो वातावरण का जो बचाने का जो मामला है वहीं से, मतलब संजय गांधी नेशनल पार्क को जो डेवलपमेंट को बेचना चाहते हैं उनको प्लीज वोट ना दें। हर नेता को ये बोलना बहुत जरूरी है कि जो संजय गांधी नेशनल पार्क को हाथ लगाएगा या महालक्ष्मी रेस कोर्स को बेचना चाहेगा या उन्हें वहां पे बिल्डिंगें बनाना चाहेगा, उनको प्लीज मतलब इसी वक्त रुक जाना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
Asif Bhamla representing the BJP, Anish Kawande, NCP SP spokesperson, and we also have Santoshi Mishra, who's a journalist and a prominent documentary filmmaker in Mumbai. You know, Asif Bhamla, let me start with you in terms of the stakes are very high. We've told our viewers that as well, and you know, the Mumbaikars understand this as well. But in your assessment, the triple engine sarkar that the BJP is talking about, how close is that likely to happen this time?
No doubt about it. We are very, very confident about it. The people of Mumbai, Maharashtra have always exhibited a lot of support because, again, this is the Asia's biggest, corporation, if you ask me, and it has ramifications nationally, internationally, and statewide also. And people of the state, and especially Mumbai, and Mumbaikar is very well aware. It knows that we would rather have a government, a similar government, which is there in the center, a state, and in the corporation, so that there is great camaraderie in terms of development projects. You have seen the change of narrative that has happened for the city of Mumbai, of what it was. The coastal road, the Atal Setu, the metro that was stalled.
Battle because of the 36 legislators that you have, 10 come from the Shiv Sena UBT, and 3 of the MPs also come from Shiv Sena UBT. So it will be a battle which you probably will win, but still it is still a battle. Anish Kawande joins us. Anish, I'm not going to ask you about BMC. Let me ask you about Pimpri Chinchwad and Pune, because what we had was a lot of fun listening to Ajit Pawar's statements. But yes, the emotional reunion that got the Pawars together, do you think that's something that will stay?
You know, Vasudha, that's a question we've been asked ever since the two parties split. It's a question I anticipate you asking me for many months after. And the answer is always the same, that the answer lies with a man who thinks in a way that nobody understands, and you'll know it when you know it. But I want to start off the day, unfortunately, by saying and raising an issue that many have flagged right now, including your reporters on the ground, that what you're witnessing today at polling booths is complete chaos. People's names are not on voter lists. People have to find their names on physical voter lists. And the government's voter list website is down. So someone needs to be knocking on the state election commissioner's doors right now, because most Mumbaikars, Punekars, PCMCkars are going up to the polling booths, and the elderly are leaving the line because they can't find their names.
Anish, that's an important point. And you know, we're going to get, we have a crack team of reporters on ground. And we'll try and see how much we can sort of, get this going on ground. And, this is, before I get in, Suryavanshi, this is the interesting part of Maharashtra elections, isn't it? Vasudha, that's the whole point that we're talking about right now, that you have NCP, which are coming together in Pune, Chinchwad, and at the same time, of course, talking about how they refuse to join in when it comes to BMC. Let's get in, Suryavanshi, on that, sir. Your thoughts on how it's stacking up right now?
See, this election is very much interesting because of multiple reasons. Thackeray brothers are coming together after 20 years. Pawar family was united, now divided in Mumbai, but united in Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad. The Congress had alliance with the Shiv Sena in Lok Sabha and State Assembly, but now they are fighting separately. Vanchit Aghadi never wanted to alliance with the Congress, but they have alliance with the Congress party. So in a way, earlier Shiv Sena was united, now Shiv Sena is divided. So in a way, it is very multi.
Sudhirji, I want to quickly play out that soundbite of Sanjay Raut. We come back and continue this.
Back to you.
Yeah.
मग यासाठी आम्हाला पुढल्या युद्धासाठी सज्ज राहावं लागेल. जर 106 हुतात्मे तेव्हा झाले असतील तर शिवसेना आणि महाराष्ट्र नवनिर्माण सेना, राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस आम्ही सगळे ज्यांच्यामध्ये मराठीची मशाल पेटल्यावर होत्या ते सगळे आम्ही रस्त्यावर उतरल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही मुंबई वाचून.
Okay, Sudhi Suryavanshi ji, before you finish your point, I also wanted to ask you about the other factors. Nashik, Nagpur, these are important cities that will also see local body polling today. And more importantly, there is a Ganesh Naik factor, Gopal Shetty factor. Thane is going to polls, which is the hometown of Eknath Shinde. How is all of this going to in some ways also be, in some ways a result or a litmus test for Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis?
See, absolutely, this election is also personality, clashes. In Mumbai, it's the personality clashes between the Devendra Fadnavis and the Thakre brothers. In Pune, there is a personality clashes between Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad. In Nasik, Girish Mahajan, de facto as a close man of the Devendra Fadnavis, clashes with the Thakre brothers and the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena also. In Navi Mumbai, the Ganesh Naik, he holded for a long time Navi Mumbai corporations, and his son was also MLA. He is now minister. He also retained his, importance, influence in the Navi Mumbai. Thane is known as the basin for the Eknath Shinde because his son comes from that, get elected from the Kalyan Domoli. So he wants to continue his dominance. So in a way, it is also personality, clashes between all top leader in Maharashtra, and nobody wants to lose their political weight. They know if even though this is a civic body election, even they loses one civic body like a Pune, Pimpri Chinchwad, Mumbai, so it will be a big stake for them in the future. So everybody wants to have their, firm grip on the politics. So therefore, they have to win this civic body. Losing civic body means losing big importance in the Maharashtra politics. Yeah. Therefore, this is very interesting election. It's getting more buzz, more importance like a state assembly election.
And Mr. Fadnavis, the chief minister, started his political career, being a corporator. So there's a lot of ramifications out there.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Let's get in a word from Santoshi Mishra as well. And as our broadcast highlights, BMC, of course, is where, because of the muscle, the monetary muscle, the financial muscle, all of it is, of course, the big story here. But as Vasudha has pointed out, there are other equally important local elections as well. There is Nagpur, there is Pune, there is Pune Chinchwad, there are several others. And we're going to try and get you all those details as well. But Santoshi Mishra, to you first. We've spoken about the issues, but this has been a battle that has been about everything except Bijli Sadak Pani. You had Marathi Asmita, you had the insider versus outsider, you had the choicest of slurs being used for fellow Mumbaikars. This is what it was reduced to.
Yes, you said it so right. That's why this election is really very important. Everyone tried bringing, it started from Kripa Shankar Singh's statement of bringing up North Indian mayor. It started from there to bringing in focus Marathi Manus mayor. But basically, when you talk about civic, like we just heard people talking about Bijli, you were talking about Bijli Sadak Pani. The thing is that nobody brought in that big, the small. It's a it's very crucial election for in terms of citizen. Like Mumbai, if you look at it, Mumbai in global study wise in the survey comes as when we are talking about sadak, that is footpath. When we talk about it, is the least used footpath. It comes in the 10th ranking.
That's true. And it's never been a pedestrian-friendly city. But Gauri, that's a very important point that the panelist is pointing out. And I think all of this became just about what Kripa Shankar Singh said, what Ajit Pawar said, what Raj Thakre said, what Annamalai said, and not so much about what citizens.
He was also adding to the mix.
Yes. And Sanjay Raut, obviously. So yes, like a panelist pointed out, it just became so much about identity politics and who lives in Mumbai, who gets to own it. But yes, we're also following up a another important story. It's Pongal today and also Makar Sankranti. Prime Minister Modi, as usual, like traditionally he does, he has fed cows on the occasion of Sankranti. Sankranti is a harvest festival that celebrates our association with nature and cattle. The Prime Minister seen there feeding cows, and these are cows that are also residents of his house. They live with him there, and he fed cows as part of Matu Pongal and also as part of Sankranti.
Absolutely. Those are visuals coming in of the Prime Minister feeding on Makar Sankranti Day to the cows that are there at his residence. Makar Sankranti marks a very important harvest festival across India, celebrated in all its glory, colours and different traditions. Slipping into a very short break, viewers, our rolling coverage of the big story, BMC elections, continues on the other side. Stay with us.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The first Indian news channel at the World Economic Forum at Davos. 21 years at the heart of the world's most influential dialogue.
Continuing to make sure that the poorest are not forgotten.
Big enough, brave enough, bold enough to face the critics.
We've been doing more and more improvements.
We are the fastest growing amongst the major economies.
Both of us are interested in these.
Young girls aren't in school because they're scavenging for water for the family.
We need to get out of the way and into the work of breaking open access for each and everyone.
Now, India's most trusted news network returns to the Alps with its most formidable editorial voices. NDTV Ignite at Davos.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network.
Pulling us
Other
into this
opposition
country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rug on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan.
Welcome back. Today, the Supreme Court will hear the plea filed by the producers of Vijay's blockbuster Tamil film Jananayagan, challenging an interim order of the Madras High Court that stayed a single judge direction to grant CBFC clearance to the movie. And this has become a big political flashpoint, Gauri, specifically in the state of Tamil Nadu, with a DMK-backed Parasakti movie releasing and the stars of the movie celebrating Pongal with the Prime Minister yesterday.
Indeed, Vasudha, you were there. You were joining in those celebrations, even as, of course, Jananayagan's legal woes continue. The movie's production company has filed an appeal against the order passed by a division bench of the Madras High Court, which put on hold the single bench directive to the board to issue the film's certificate going forward. On 9th of January is when the Madras High Court stayed a single judge order directing the CBFC to immediately grant a censor certificate to Jananayagan, slamming the filmmakers for putting pressure on the court to grant a certificate. The film certification was delayed after the certification board alleged communal scenes over as well as the usage of a defense symbol in the movie.
That's right, Gauri, but it's just unthinkable how a movie has to go through so many legal hurdles. And remember, Vijay, TVK chief, actor turned politician, has not spoken yet on this, although his party men have said only one sentence: truth will prevail. We'll have to wait and see what kind of nature this hearing takes and if Vijay reacts after that.
Let's play out some of those sound bites coming in on this story.
I'm also a fan of actor Vijay, a lot of Tamil actors. We also want the movies to come out. So we are also waiting for the movie to come out. So faster it gets cleared, the censor, the faster it comes out. We are also waiting for the day when the movie comes, all of us will go and watch. I keep cinema different, I keep politics different. I don't mix it. I'm also a fan of actor Vijay, a lot of Tamil actors. We also want the movies to come out. So we are also waiting for the movie to come out. So faster it gets cleared, the censor, the faster it comes out. We are also waiting for the day when the movie comes, all of us will go and watch. I keep cinema different, I keep politics different. I don't mix it.
No, I have not watched Parashakti, but I also wished that the censor board was not used as a political weapon to deny a certificate for the other movie Jananayagan, which, as you know, Pongal releases are a huge cultural thing. Pongal and Deepavali releases are a huge cultural phenomenon in Tamil Nadu. So it is quite baffling that one movie alone does not get the certificate.
Of course I am happy, yeah. It's a very, very, very hard film to make, and a lot of actors in the movie, multi-starrer, and each person has dedicated at least 1.5 years for this movie. The director dedicated 5 years for this movie. So I'm really happy that the movie
Your role is specifically being appreciated because you're the villain there. What kind of preparation did you put into that?
No, I'm a director's actor, and I'm so glad that I listened to the director, because whatever is coming out now, the comments, the feedback from me, it's amazing. And to be a hero for so long and to do one villain role and that to get noticed, I'm not going to do villain roles, frequently. Maybe once in 5-10 years I will do. I'm glad that I chose this.
What is your hope for Jananayagan, which is still awaiting CBFC clearance?
My prayers and my sincere wishes that the movie has to come on time. That is all I'm praying for as an ardent fan and person from the movie industry. I would only wish that Vijay all his problems are solved and he comes out with great success.
Central government has so much time to meddle in one movie's future, especially when a propaganda movie like Parashakti has been released. So I believe that this is a very unfortunate situation wherein the producers, instead of cooperating with the censor board, have taken a legal route, and it's very unfortunate because it takes time. The legal system in India does not work according to movie release schedules.
Well, is there just politics into this, or is this also a story of processes? Here's a report on the entire Jananayagan controversy.
Tamil Nadu's political potboiler. The temperature is soaring. A triangular fight in the state, but national shockwaves. And at the center of it all, Vijay and his farewell film Jananayagan. Still waiting for release, Jananayagan has already rattled alliances in Tamil Nadu. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi publicly backed Jananayagan, alleging that delay in release is an attack on Tamil culture. Rahul Gandhi has batted for Thalapathy Vijay's film, going against the central government, and naturally setting alliance rumours abuzz. Congress MP from Virudhunagar, Manikam Tagore, has gone one step further, adding fresh fuel to the flames. Manikam Tagore not only supported Vijay's film, but also publicly criticized the contents of Parasakti, a film backed by the DMK, long-time allies of the Congress. Congress's criticism of the film, backing Dravidian ideology, didn't go unanswered.
They gave certificate to Parasakti because it attacks. They find that it attacks Congress. I think Jananayagan is attacking BJP, so they are not releasing it. Only political matter. I don't know. I have not seen both the movies, but I think it must be attacking BJP. That is why they are not giving certificate.
What began as a back and forth over the delay of the film's release has quickly turned into a battle that affects political fortunes and indeed alignments in Tamil Nadu. The BJP, on the other hand, remains stern, denying any role in the delays. Team Jananayagan and Vijay remain hopeful that a release date is on the horizon. All the political players in the contest have been vocal, some more than the others, but standing at the focal point and still silent, will Thalapathy Vijay finally break silence. Sriram Ganesh, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3x50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026, and nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसमे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge. where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos this January on the NDTV network.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. गायकवाड़ साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए.
Hello and welcome viewers to this very special broadcast of the BMC elections. The big impact of these elections, why a Sadak Bijli Pani election is actually so significant from a national point of view, the coalitions that are coming in, the larger impact in Maharashtra politics. We'll get you all of those details. I'm Gauri Dwivedi and joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Vasudha Venugopal.
Well, Gauri, BMC is the richest civic body in Asia, 74,000 crore budget, more than a lot of other states in India. But yes, like you said, there have been strategic alliances. There also have been emotional reunions, all centered on that one question, Mumbai ka boss banega kaun? And we'll take you through all those details, all the fights, the friendly fights and the bitter ones that are taking place.
Absolutely. And between the friendly fights, there were those ugly jibes as well. And we're going to get you those controversies. But first up, a quick check of the stories we're tracking for you. Amchi Mumbaikars vote in high-stakes BMC elections. Title defense for Thakre's. Devendra Bhau sniffs victory. A survival battle It's turning out for the Thakre cousins. Big test for the Bhau-Shinde jodi.
Jananayakan climax in the court today. Vijay waits with bated breath. Vijay fandom locked and loaded. Millions holding their breath. Will Supreme Court order the release of the film?
Jallikattu season kick-starts. More than 1,000 bulls are part of the Jallikattu. 550 tamers have participated in this. Over 1,000 police personnel are on the spot for security.
X stops Croc from undressing images of real people after backlash. This comes after strong warnings from several countries, including the Indian government.
Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet all issue advisories as Iran shuts its airspace amidst widespread protests against Ayatollah Khamenei's regime and growing tensions with the Trump administration.
Denmark says there's a fundamental disagreement with the US over Greenland after talks at White House. Donald Trump reiterates his interest in acquiring the resource-rich island.
Mumbai votes today in a high-stakes battle for the control of the country's richest civic body, Asia's richest civic body, viewers. The contest has turned into a fierce Maha-Mumbai Mukabla, with the Shinde-Fadnavis Mahayuti on one side and the Thakre camp and their allies on the other side. And voting across 29 municipal corporations is being held across Maharashtra.
That's right, Gauri. In fact, a total of 3.48 crore voters will be voting today, and the BMC touches lives of 2.5 crore voters alone. There are 15,000 candidates that are in the fray. Some 2,000 corporators are going to be voted today, and the spotlight is on BMC, like you rightly pointed out. It has a budget of 74,000 crores, and there are 227 seats that are going to be in the fray today. But most importantly, this election is taking place after after 2017. 2017 was when the BJP got about 82 seats. The undivided Shiv Sena got 84 seats. This is the first time that the Shiv Sena is divided and the Thackeray brothers have come together. Raj Thackeray and of course Uddhav Thackeray, and the fight is for BMC, which has been a Thackeray stronghold since 1985. So it's been a 40-year-long journey. There was just a gap of 4 years in between, but it is the last bastion of the Thackeray brothers. So the fight is going to be bitter, crucial, and in some ways it's going to be defining on who gets to rule Mumbai and also influence its politics.
Absolutely. And as Vasudha put that very well, viewers, this matters for all sides, but more so for the Thackeray brothers. There's a lot at stake. Their political survival rests on whether they are able to remain in power as far as BMC is concerned, and for MNS, whether it's going to be relevant or not. It's one thing to come up with ugly, dirty jibes on rallies, but is Raj Thackeray going to matter in Mumbai politics? We're going to know that answer tomorrow itself in 24 hours. Let's first let's get you some of those reactions coming in on the big story that we're tracking for you.
बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. मैं हमेशा कहते आ रहा हूँ कि ये मौका ऐसा है जहाँ पे आपको अपना ओपिनियन आप मतदान के ज़रिए आप एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हो, और जो आप चाहते हो उसमें एक एक बूंद, हम जैसे कहते हैं कि एक एक बूंद इम्पोर्टेंट होता है. तो ये अगर रिजल्ट जो आप चाहते हो वो अगर रियलाइज़ करना है तो हर एक इंसान को आके मतदान करना चाहिए. लोगों से अपील मैं खुद यहाँ पे हूँ तो ये इटसेल्फ इज शोज किया ना कि इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर एवरी सिटीजन.
मैं यही कहूँगा, सारे मुंबई वालों को कहूँगा, आके वोट जरूर करें. ज़्यादातर कि हम कंप्लेन करते हैं कि पानी नहीं आ रहा, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं आ रहा, रोड ठीक नहीं है, कचरा है, ये है वो है. इट्स नाउ आवर टर्न. हम सबको आना चाहिए और हो सके सारे के सारे आने चाहिए ताकि हम वोटिंग करके सही मतदान सही बंदा चुन सकें. सो दैट इज़ इट. अगर साथ में यही कहूँगा कि अगर मुंबई का असली हीरो बनना है तो डायलॉग बाजी नहीं, आके सीधे वोटिंग करें.
I think it gives us a sense of control, a little bit of power over the narrative, and I am voting both out of habit and hope. Thank you.
मैं समझता हूं कि मेरे अस्तित्व की निशानी है वोट करना, और इसके लिए मैं वो 3-4 घंटे वहां से और अभी वापस इमीडिएट जा रहा हूं मैं. तो प्लीज कृपया आप वोट कीजिए. धन्यवाद.
टाइम पे चुनाव रखेगा. आई होप जो भी जीत के आएगा वो टाइम पे चुनाव रखे. ये भी बहुत ज़रूरी है इस देश के लिए, प्रजातंत्र के लिए. लेकिन जिस कदर हमारे शहर के हालात हुए पिछले कुछ दिनों में, तो अरमान ये है कि बेहतर हों.
आप युवाओं से क्या कहेंगे कि बढ़ चढ़ कर आए, मतदान करें, अपील करेंगे?
मैंने कहना बंद कर दिया है. जिसको आना है आओ. आपका देश है, आपका शहर है, आपकी जिम्मेदारी है. संभाल सको तो संभालो, नहीं तो घर पे बैठो और मतलब जो भी कर रहे हो करो. बिकॉज ये जो मुझे दिख रहा है यहाँ पे पब्लिक का नामो निशान नहीं है. अंदर ऑफिशियल ज़्यादा है, पब्लिक कम है. इतनी शर्मनाक बात है. इतनी ये हर इंडियन को दर्द होना चाहिए ये देख के, क्योंकि अगर हम अपना देश नहीं संभालेंगे, उसकी जिम्मेदारी नहीं उठाएंगे, तो जो हो रहा है वो होता रहेगा.
मुंबई में लोग
कहता हूं कि वो हमारे अस्तित्व की निशानी है. हमको बाहर निकलना ही पड़ेगा, और फिर बाद में वो तकरार करने की आपको कोई मुभा नहीं है, मतलब वो अधिकार नहीं बनता आपका. फिर
मैं मुंबई कर से सबसे मैं यही विनती करती हूँ कि आप सब लोगों को वोट देने के लिए आना चाहिए. जैसा अभी सुबह मैं आ गई हूँ वोट देने के लिए. मेरा आगे बहुत काम है, करेंगे, लेकिन दिस इज़ वेरी वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर एवरी सिटीजन ऑफ मुंबई. अगर आपको सुरक्षा चाहिए, प्रगति चाहिए मुंबई में अच्छी हवा चाहिए, गड्ढा मुक्त रोड्स चाहिए, इन सब चीज़ के लिए हम सबको जिम्मेदार लेना पड़ेगा. हम सबको, एवरीबडी हैज़ टू बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल एंड कम एंड वोट देने का जो अधिकार है उसे जताएंगे, तभी आपका मुंबई तो इज़ द बेस्ट सिटी इन द वर्ल्ड आई विल से. और भी अच्छा हो सकता है, और भी बढ़िया हो सकता है. इसके लिए आप सब लोगों को साथ देना चाहिए. सो आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द सिटीजन्स ऑफ आवर मुंबई टू कम एंड वोट.
मुझे लगता है कि नागरिक जिस अपेक्षा से वोट करता है
जनप्रतिनिधि होने के बाद उस जनप्रतिनिधि का ये कर्तव्य है कि वो अपेक्षा जो है पूरी करें, उस अपेक्षा पे उतरे। और उसके लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसी पार्टी है कि हम सत्ता के लिए इलेक्शन नहीं लड़ते, हमें सत्ता चाहिए इसलिए हम चुनाव नहीं लड़ते, हमें लोक सेवा करनी है, हमें नीचे से ऊपर तक आखिरी व्यक्ति से लेके हमारे शहर हो, राज्य हो, देश हो, इसके लिए काम करना होता है।
It's a great privilege to participate in this festival of democracy. Mumbai is India's financial and commercial capital. We are all proud to be Mumbaikars. We see the future of a developed and prosperous nation from the lens of Mumbai's progress and growth. I appeal to every Mumbaikar to exercise their right to vote as a duty towards their beloved city for good governance, for fast-paced progress, for ensuring the well-being of every resident of Mumbai, and to guarantee India's success on the global stage, which starts from Mumbai.
साफ रखोगे, इलाके को प्रोग्रेस करते हुए देखोगे, तभी देश की प्रगति भी होगी। तो आई थिंक दिस इज बाय फार द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट इलेक्शंस। हम सिर्फ रोते रहते हैं कि बीएमसी ये नहीं करती, बीएमसी वो नहीं करती, हम कुछ नहीं करते। बीएमसी वाले देखेंगे तो बीएमसी जितना काम करती है, आप रात को 2 बजे देखो तो क्लीनिंग चालू है, फेंकने वाले तो हम ही है ना। तो आई थिंक दिस इज अ वेरी वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट वोट, और सभी को बाहर निकल के वोट करना जरूरी है, बहुत बहुत जरूरी है।
कौन कौन से मुद्दे हैं जो आपके दिमाग में थे?
आई थिंक हर चीज जो हम ही क्रिएट करते हैं, मुद्दे है कुछ नहीं, मुद्दे हम क्रिएट करते हैं। कचरा हम फेंकते हैं, एक्वालिटी के लिए भी हम ही कहीं ना कहीं हम ही जिम्मेदार है। यू नो, हम जिस तरीके से एनवायरनमेंट को अब्यूज करते हैं, पेड़ हम ही काटते हैं, दुकान के सामने हो या कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे हो, तो ये नहीं कोशिश करेंगे कि उसे रिप्लेस करें, हम काट के फिर निकल जाते, फ्लैट बेच के निकल जाते हैं। तो आई थिंक इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि, और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मुंबई का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जिस तरीके से बढ़ रहा है, आई थिंक शायद ही दुनिया में कहीं भी बढ़ रहा है। तो आई थिंक वी ऑल नीड टू कोऑपरेट एंड मेक श्योर कि हम साथ दे जो भी आए, एंड बी विद देम, यू नो, एंड इट बिगिंस विथ होम। देखिए, घर तो साफ रखते हैं सब लोग, ऐसे क्यों है फिर सोसाइटी को साफ नहीं रखते, स्ट्रीट्स को साफ नहीं रखते? तो इस इलाके को, इस शहर को अपना ही समझिए और अपना घर समझिए। और सी, मेरे लिए ये मेरी कर्म भूमि है, तो ज्यादा मायने रखती है कि मैं दूसरे के घर में आया हूँ और उसका मैं ख्याल रख रहा हूँ। आई मीन, जन्मभूमि मेरी भले दूसरी हो, लेकिन कर्मभूमि ने मुझे सब कुछ दिया। अगर सुनील शेट्टी जाना जाता है किसी चीज के लिए, इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट मुंबई हैज गिवन मी, सो आई विल ऑलवेज बी इंडेटेड।
सर, वोटर्स में कंफ्यूजन है, आपको ऐसा लग रहा है बिकॉज ऑफ सो मेनी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज इन द फ्रे? आपको
लोकशाही प्रजातांत्रिक रचना में रचना का एक अनिवार्य भाग चुनाव है, और इसलिए वो नागरिकों का कर्तव्य भी है। तो संतुलित विचार करके, जनहित का विचार करके योग्य लगता है उस उम्मीदवार को मत देना, वोट देना, ये अपना कर्तव्य रहता है। उस दिन का वो पहला कर्तव्य होता है, इसलिए मैंने पहले आके नंबर लगाया।
माँ मुंबा देवी और सिद्धि विनायक के गणपति पापा का आशीर्वाद लेके अब मतदान होगा। मेरी विनती है हर एक मुंबईकर को, पहले मतदान फिर जलपान। ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है मुंबई की प्रगति के लिए कि आप बाहर आएँ, आपका मत दें, क्योंकि प्रजातंत्र लोकतंत्र की एक खूबी है। जब आप वोट करते हैं तब आप सवाल प्रश्न चिन्ह उठा सकते हैं। जो आप वोट ही नहीं करें तो आप एक सिर्फ साइलेंट स्पेक्टेटर रहेंगे।
My
All right.
colleague,
Saurav Gupta joins us, Vasudha, for more on this. He's been tracking the Thackeray brothers. And Saurav, Vasudha and I here in the studios have been talking about why this is such a make or break election for the two Thackeray brothers. They've come after 20 years. Their Marathi identity is at stake. Walk us through how it's looking like on ground.
Well, this has been an election where identity politics has taken center stage, but I'm at the booth where Uddhav Thackeray and his family are expected to vote. And we're seeing voters come in since the morning. The voting process is taking some time, is what we are being given to understand. But I'll try and get in a word from a few voters. Sir, have you been able to cast your vote? What time did you come in, and has the process been smooth?
Absolutely. It took half an hour.
Half an hour.
Yeah.
And were there crowds inside? Is there a fairly decent line?
Yeah, it was well organized.
All
yeah,
right.
I would say. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right.
Mumbaikars coming out to vote. This is one of the most closely watched voting booths. Like I said, a lot of voters coming in here. In fact, I'll ask my camera person to show you the queue inside as well, which is a good sign. And it's important because turnout is going to be very important today. The turnout is, of course, something that everyone's keeping an eye on. Mumbai has struggled with turnouts during civic body elections. One hopes that changes for the better. But what we know is that this is an important election, and there is, of course, there are always multiple issues at stake. Identity politics, politics of development, who inherits the legacy of the Sena, Eknath Shinde versus the Thackeray's, the BJP. Can it actually have that triple engine Sarkar, the unfinished project of Mumbai? Because remember, last time around the BMC got 82, the Sena undivided then got 84, but the mayoral post went to the Sena because there was an alliance at that time. So a lot of things have changed since then, but an important election nevertheless.
Politics,
like you
Maharashtra
said,
politics for several years. Help me understand this one thing. Bandra is always like this high-profile seat that all of us want to report on. Remember last time in 2024, I remember covering the seat for Zishan versus Varun Sardesai, who's a maternal cousin of Aditya Thackeray. Now, a few days ago, there was a stabbing incident of one of the Muslim candidates of Shiv Sena, Haji Qureshi. So it's always been a high-profile seat, also a volatile seat and a cosmopolitan one. Explain to us the importance of Bandra and what do you think is going to happen when it comes to the election outcomes of the Bandra seat?
it's also a seat that's thrown up results that are surprising, and therefore, while Matoshri Kalanagar is, of course, the residence of Uddhav Thackeray and has been the power center, so to speak, in the Shiv Sena for a very long time. Raj Thackeray, of course, lives in Dadar. He's going to be voting at Balmohan Vidya Mandir. Uddhav Thackeray is going to be voting here, but this is a seat that's also an indicator of the influence of the Thackerays. And while they've not always won this seat, this has also been a seat that they have a very deep connect to, because the residence is here, and therefore this is always a closely watched seat, irrespective of candidates, irrespective of election. This seat or this ward in this election is always going to be closely watched because of the immense significance it holds by virtue of being the Matoshri residence being situated here.
So, Gauri, I think the stakes are really high for the Thackeray brothers, because while we talk about this 40-year-old dominance that they've had over BMC, this is more about survival than strategy. And I think what happens in BMC polls will not just decide the future of the Thackerays, but also the future of Mumbai and the way we see Mumbai, because, Marathi Manus is considered so crucial to Mumbai. But is the Marathi Manus really that influential when it comes to deciding the election outcome of the local bodies? That will also be decided tomorrow, is what I think.
Over the years, that electoral arithmetic has actually changed. When you talk about the demographic shift, the biggest thing that has happened is that you now have Marathi Manus at about 35-38% of the population. That has reduced. The Muslim population is about 18 to 20 odd percent. That has increased in the last 20 odd years. So the overall electoral arithmetic, so to say, say has shifted, and that's one of the biggest influential factors in determining how the results actually come out. And let's take that to our guests joining us. Sameer Bakre, who's representing the BJP, and we have Mahesh Chavan, who's the spokesperson of the NCP-SP faction, and we also have Sudhir Suryavanshi, author and senior editor of the New Indian Express. And before we get in the two netas, representing the two ends of the political ideological spectrum here, let's get in Sudhir Suryavanshi on just this aspect, the demographic shift, the overall reduction in the Marathis in the last 20 odd years. Sub 40% is what they've come down to. And the big charge has been about how the BMC hasn't done anything for its core vote bank, Marathis. Sudhir Suryavanshi.
Of Mumbai has, changed drastically. Earlier it was mostly dominated by the Marathi voters, but the number of Marathi voters are reducing day by day because Mumbai is not, affordable city for them. Therefore, most of them are, going to far-flung suburb area like Panvel, Vasi, Virar, or most of them, those were mill workers, they shifted to their native places. Earlier, the Dadar, Parel, all these were the den of the Marathi people because of mills and all these textile mills. But nowadays there are no mills, so jobs is major concept for them. And another anecdote I just want to add in, when the Subhash Desai from the Shiv Sena, he contested against the Vidya Thakur, who is North Indian. First time he lost by 6,000 votes. First time. Second time he lost by 20,000 votes. So it shows that how demography has been changing in Mumbai speedily. In Mumbai, Muslims
voter is
are
far
almost
more vocal, and the fact that every leader has to now say that only a Marathi will be the mayor also means while Marathis might be coming down and migrants might be increasing, and the point that you mentioned that there's more interstate migration and not interstate migration also in some ways makes it clear that Mumbai will remain a Marathi city and the Marathi voter will remain very vocal, although the non-Marathi migrants will keep coming in. Let me ask this question to Sameer Wankhede. Sameer Wankhede, was this election in some ways a little something of a dilemma for you guys, because like Gauri pointed out, we had comments from Raj Thackeray, Annamalai, and the BJP has been very strategically reaching out to the non-Marathi voters. Yes, you have a Maratha deputy chief ministers, and you also have a Marathi chief minister who comes from Nagpur, a corporator who, rose within the party. But yes, you have been reaching out to a lot of non-Marathi population with comments that have been made from people like Sanjay Rawat and even your own Kripa Shankar Singh. Did you feel the need to reach out to Marathis more this time?
Actually, our party and Mahayuti, Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti has approached this election only on one agenda, that is the Vikas and development agenda. We have on one side our vision is there, other side confusion is there. On one side we are talking about growth, their track record is of corruption. On one side there is merit and other side there is family dynasty. So we are approaching this election purely on the track record of our Honorable Chief Minister Devendraji Fadnavis, what he has done for Mumbai. We are not approaching this election as North Indians, Muslims, or Marathi people. We are approaching this as an election for the citizens of Mumbai. So let me put it very clearly that since Thackeray brothers don't have any track record to show, they are trying to take this election on the issue of Marathi Manus, but for Marathi Manus also, they are getting exposed. So Marathi Manus was driven out of Mumbai and Thackeray brothers shifted to their big palatial bungalows. So this is the irony of Thackeray brothers. Our Honorable Chief Minister Devendraji has given Marathi people home at their own places. For example, BDD Chawl and Extra and other places. What Thackeray brothers are, just one line, what Thackeray brothers are offering, mimicry.
आज मोहन जी ने एक बयान दिया, उन्होंने कहा है कि ईवीएम मशीन से नोटा हटा देनी चाहिए. कैसे देखते हैं इसको? नोटा जो ऑप्शन होता है उसको हटा देना चाहिए.
बिल्कुल सही बात है, क्योंकि ये अधिकार है. हम जो भी अवेलेबल बेस्ट है उसको अपने वोट का उपयोग करें. वोट फंडामेंटल राइट है और ये राइट जो है इसका उपयोग करना चाहिए.
क्या आह्वान करेंगे मतदाताओं को?
मतदान करिए, लोकतंत्र है, आपको किसी को भी मतदान करने का आपका अधिकार है और मतदान किसी भी हालत में करना चाहिए, यही मैं लोगों से आह्वान करता हूँ.
हमेशा से देखा गया है कि परसेंटेज वोटिंग जो परसेंटेज होता है वो कम होता है, तो
उसका कभी कभी याद ही हो कि आज भी इधर के नाम उधर, उधर के नाम उधर, ये सिस्टम को और सुधारने की आवश्यकता है। इसके कारण लोगों की कल भी तकरारें बहुत आई थी। एक बार इसको और अच्छी तरीके से चेक करके अच्छा करना पड़ेगा।
All right, there's breaking news also coming in. While we keep speaking about the larger impact of it, what needs to be understood is people, Mumbaikars need to go out and vote. Look at the numbers, Vasudha, that has come in 9:30 a.m. Only 7% voter turnout.
Absolutely, Gauri. And let me tell our viewers that, Gauri, you were one of the few people who voted for civic polls in Delhi. And I remember I feel so guilty because a lot of us don't really vote for civic polls. And this is a wake-up call, not just to Mumbaikars, but to everybody in this country, that if you are asking questions of the government, you should also be voting when it comes to municipality polls.
Yes, indeed. You know, and let's get in Abhishek, who's joining us from Dadar. He has all the details about the numbers that don't look good right now. How can Mumbaikars expect anything to be done for their city if they don't even go out and vote? Abhishek?
Okay, let's go to the Mahesh Chavan, who's the NCP SP spokesperson. Mr. Chavan, do you think that this merger that happened, at least tactical, strategic merger that happened, is something that will stay on for the months to come? Because I'm sure NCP SP, with the way the first phase of the civic polls unraveled and also the assembly polls, many of you could be hoping that this union stays intact.
Good morning. Let me first appeal to all the voters to come out in large numbers to vote to make our democracy stronger and stable. Secondly, coming to the question which you have asked, I feel had BJP not gone solo, we wouldn't have joined hands with BJP, with Ajit Dada Pawar NCP, right? You tell me one thing, why should we lose an opportunity wherein BJP's own alliance partners wanted to join hands with us to defeat BJP? So this was an opportunity for us. And lastly, these elections, local body elections, are basically about the cadre, right? About the local workers. So we let them take the decision depending on the local situation there. And they were of the opinion that if we make an alliance with Ajit Dada Pawar, it would be beneficial for both of us. So that is why we are here. And currently, our focus is only on these elections. About merging the parties and union on for long term and all, there is no agenda. There is no proposal from either sides. So no point discussing that. Of course, these things, news are going on in media. I do agree.
But Mahesh, one question quickly. What do you think is going to happen with Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad? What happens if BJP wins?
Okay, so that alliance remains in opposition.
Okay, it's actually been an election of confusing coalitions. That's what you are seeing coming out in several of these pockets. And before we tell our viewers about the big controversies that have overshadowed this election, let's also get in Chitra Batham, spokesperson of the Congress party. We've spoken a lot about the Thackeray brothers who've come together because it's a matter of survival for them. We've spoken about Mahayuti because the BJP feels that the triple engine sarkar that they're talking about could actually come through in Mumbai. Chitra Batham, talk to us about what is the Congress's strategy. It says they did not want to partner with the Thackerays because they didn't want to align with the MNS. But look at how it played out when it was about the Pawars. So what exactly is the Congress's strategy here?
Good morning, Vasudha, and good morning, Gauri. First of all, I'd like to tell you that we've seen the manner in which earlier the complete chaos was there when the ticket distribution phase was going on. And we have seen how there was no alliance by the Mahashakti government also in many places like Sambhajinagar, Nashik, Ulhasnagar, so on and so forth. Also, the manner in which the narrative has changed over the days by the parachute netas of the BJP who come in and say that Bombay is not part of Maharashtra. So I believe now these elections have become
nobody said Bombay is not part of Maharashtra. Nobody said Mumbai is not part of Maharashtra. But I guess that's what this election has all been about. twisting of words, but go ahead, finish your point.
It is on record. It is on record. You want me to play the video?
I can also play the video,
It is on
but let it not be reduced to this. But yeah, I can also play the video and I'll play the whole video. But yeah, go ahead.
So, great netas saying all these blatant words against Mumbai, Maharashtra, their secret plans being spread out in the open. It has got no meaning. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
No, I'm waiting for this aggressive.
Mumbai has got no
I'm
meaning.
waiting for this aggression to play out on the election as well, and this aggression should play out in the poll strategy also. That is my question to you. That was my question to you.
I understood the dirty politics of the Mahashakti government that was formed. The Gaddars will definitely get their dues, and this time Mumbaikars and entire Maharashtra, wherever the Mahanagar Palika
Okay,
elections
very
are there,
quickly, Rohit Chandavarkar, did you feel the rhetoric of Marathi versus non-Marathi really play out in Mumbai today? Because you've often pointed out how Mumbai as a city is changing. Even the Marathis in Mumbai are also changing. Do you think that it will succeed this time?
Vasudha, on this point, I'll quickly give you one historic reference, and that's important for all the panelists also and all viewers also to quickly understand. I know it's a busy day today and a lot of action happening, but we need to take a look at history briefly. Just look at Bala Thackeray, who formed a political party in Maharashtra in 1966, which was called Shiv Sena on the basis of Marathi Manus issues. Just look at Uddhav Thackeray, who ran that legacy ahead after Bala Saheb's death, and just look at Raj Thackeray, who also formed his Maharashtra Navanirbhan Sena for the protection of the rights of Marathi Manus. Okay, all these three leaders at some point had to give up the cause of Marathi and move towards Hindutva, right? Why did that happen? Because all these three leaders, prominent, colorful, flamboyant leaders, realized that in Mumbai city, which is their base, just talking about Marathi Manus was not enough for them for political survival. That's why you saw all these top three leaders moving at some point from Marathi Manus issue to Hindutva. Now we come to the present, and today, the reason the Thackeray cousins have now gone back to the Marathi Manus issue is simply because the BJP is the larger claim, the bigger claimant to the Hindutva cause. So they have nothing else left. And now they feel that, they can go back to the Marathi cause because there is 40% Marathi population in Mumbai. And that's the only reason they are, harping on this Marathi issue. Now, the point is, look at the young generation of Mumbai, middle-aged generation of Mumbai, Marathi-speaking people. Are they really concerned about that linguistic issue anymore? That is my point, which is I'm making again and again.
Absolutely.
Last point.
And I also think yes. Please go on.
Last point is just look at the percentage of voting that is happening in Mumbai. Nobody has talked about that on any show from morning till now. I'll just tell you that, in the last elections, multiple elections of BMC, voting percentage has been around just 42, 43, 47%.
That's really
only
low.
into
But Rohit, part of me was just hoping that, with all these controversial statements coming up, maybe people would feel the need to go out and vote for whoever they want. But, that doesn't seem to be happening as of now. But yes, let's also take a look through all the controversies that happened, what people said, who were the ones who made news, the newsmakers, and also the ones who actually got reactions for what they said.
Indeed, and Vasudha, we're going to take our viewers through the biggest controversies that have really overshadowed this Bijli Sadak Pani election. The first and the biggest controversy, when Annamalai, Tamil Nadu BJP leader, came out and said Mumbai is an international city. He did not say Mumbai is not part of Maharashtra, as the Congress spokesperson is saying. He said Mumbai is an international city. Mumbai is the nerve center, financial nerve center of India, and to have an aspiration for it to be a global city is something that most Mumbaikars would agree with. But this was the big controversy, and what happened then? Raj Thackeray came out with the choicest of abuses we can't even say on air. Those are the B word that he spoke about. One was, he said, Annamalai, Rasmalai, he said, but he also used a B word which we can't even say on air. Those were the kind of choicest of slurs that Raj Thackeray, who by the way scored 0 in the last Vidhan Sabha elections, actually said. And that led to a barrage of war of words that happened. And Raj, of course, then revived the Lungi Hatao, Pungi Bajao slur. It isn't new. It has been the hallmark of Shiv Sena's politics, so to say, in the last 40 years. But for MNS, remember, which scored 0 in the last elections, this is a battle of staying relevant, staying even, worth talking about in these elections. And therefore, this slur made a comeback with Raj Thakre's rally just when the campaigning was ended. That's the first thing. And then, of course, MNS goons also issued these violent threats. Ironical, it was the Batoge Katoge poster that actually came out from MNS, which actually said that they issued these violent threats to North Indians, and then they also came out and spoke to their core Marathi audience, saying that if you do not come together, then it is a matter of survival. They went and said this to their Marathi vote bank. The Katoge Batoge remark, of course, was something that Yogi Adityanath had first said. As I said, deeply ironical that the BJP comment was picked up by now and is now being used by Raj Thakre. It didn't end there. The Marathi identity battle really became the underlying big current of this election. And the Thakre said that danger looms if you do not come together, and said that BJP is not concerned about Marathi Manus. We are the only ones who are the protectors, the guardians of Marathi identity, Marathi Asmita. And they've actually made this an entire campaign only about this. Even as the other side has said, well, talk about development, because you haven't spoken about that in the last 20 years. Vasudha.
Well, that's right. In fact, the controversies generated a lot of heat, Gauri, and we're just hoping that some of these controversies would have prompted voters to get out of their houses and vote, and that, I hope, is happening now in the course of this day. I'm just being very optimistic. Let me also get in other spokespersons now, but before that, Chitra Badam, one question to you. The Ambernath... okay. My colleague Abhishek Avasthi joins us with more details on this. Abhishek, help us understand what is the mahal there and how are people looking at today's polling?
Definitely, we are right present outside Bal Mohan Vidya Mandir, polling booth where Raj Thakre along with his family is expected to come out to vote. And definitely being Dadar is one of the stronghold of Thakre's, and we are looking since morning a good amount of turnout. And as far as the voter turnout till 9:30 is concerned, the official figures are out 6.98%. Around 7% of voter turnout has been for the first initial 2 hours. Definitely it's not so good, but as the track record of Mumbai has been, they are not coming out aggressively, and that's what we are asking for them to come out, because when we report on ground on civic issues, we have Mumbaikars, making a point out there, but they don't come out to vote. So that's an important.
All right, let's shift focus and let's cut across to those beautiful visuals coming in of the Army Day in Jaipur. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi are in attendance. Let's take a look at those beautiful visuals coming in.
तरह से नेस्तो नाबूद करने में सक्षम धनुष मंच की तरफ अग्रसर होता हुआ।
और अब आपके सामने 343 फील्ड रेजिमेंट के लेफ्टिनेंट श्याम सत्यवीर की कमान में अमोघ आगे बढ़ता हुआ 155 mm एडवांस टोड आर्टिलरी गन सिस्टम। इसकी लंबी मारक क्षमता 40 किलोमीटर। यह 1 मिनट में बर्स्ट मोड में 5 राउंड्स फायर कर सकती है। यह हर तरह के इलाके में संचालन के लिए गतिशील है और शूट एंड स्कूट तकनीक से लैस है। यह अत्याधुनिक प्रणाली ऑल इलेक्ट्रिक ड्राइव, एकीकृत फायर कंट्रोल सिस्टम तथा स्वचालित गोला बारूद हैंडलिंग प्रणाली जैसे उन्नत विशेषताओं से युक्त है। बर्फ के हिमशिखर पर ना घबराया मैं, रेत पर चलकर भी ना लड़खड़ाया मैं, तूफानों का भी मैंने किया सामना, जंगलों से भी मैं गुजरता चला गया, बन गया है तन वज्र के समान अब मेरा अमोघ। भारतीय सेना की तोपखाना मारक क्षमता, सटीकता और युद्ध प्रभावशीलता को कई गुना बढ़ाने में सक्षम।
40 फील्ड रेजिमेंट के जांबाज अधिकारी लेफ्टिनेंट महक भाटी की कमान में अगला वाहन यूनिवर्सल रॉकेट लॉन्चर सिस्टम सूर्यास्त्र का 300 किलोमीटर की मारक क्षमता वाला मल्टी कैलिबर रॉकेट प्लेटफॉर्म, जो गाइडेड रॉकेट्स द्वारा दुश्मन के ठिकानों को लंबी दूरी से ध्वस्त करने में पूरी तरह से सक्षम है। भारतीय आर्टिलरी में इस फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर का आगमन सेना की लंबी दूरी की तीव्र प्रहार क्षमता को कई गुना बढ़ा रहा है। मंच की तरफ शान से आगे बढ़ता हुआ यूनिवर्सल रॉकेट लॉन्चर सिस्टम।
पत्थरों को ठोकर से उड़ा दे हम, चट्टान आए राह में तो सीने से हटा दे हम, आए अगर कोई बाधा तो बढ़कर करें हम मुकाबला, आग बनकर हम चुनौतियों के पंख दे जला। हम हैं मॉड्यूलर ब्रिज, जिसकी पुल निर्माण क्षमता 46 मीटर है। आज की परेड में 115 इंजीनियर रेजिमेंट के मेजर शफी भट्ट द्वारा नेतृत्व, अत्यधिक बहुमुखी और मजबूत मॉड्यूलर पुल का शामिल होना भारतीय सेना की पुल निर्माण क्षमताओं को बढ़ाने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है, क्योंकि इसे बहुत कम समय में तैनात किया जा सकता है और आसानी से वापस भी लिया जा सकता है। यह उपकरण हमारी सेनाओं को बाधाओं को पार करने और हमारे इंजीनियर्स की पुल निर्माण क्षमता को बढ़ाने में मदद करता है। चूंकि ये 8x8 वाहन पर लगा है, इसलिए अत्यधिक गतिशील है और हमारी मशीनीकृत टुकड़ियों के साथ तालमेल बनाए रख सकता है। मॉड्यूलर ब्रिज का शामिल होना उपकरण डिजाइन और विकास में भारत की दक्षता को दर्शाता है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के निर्माण के उद्देश्य को उजागर करता है। साथ ही रक्षा विनिर्माण में भारत के बढ़ते महत्व को भी प्रदर्शित करता है। बड़ी शान से सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरता हुआ मॉड्यूलर ब्रिज
दुर्गम क्षेत्रों तक सुरक्षित संचार प्रदान करने के लिए भारतीय सेना ने सरलता पूर्वक परिवहन योग्य एवं शीघ्र तैनात किए जाने योग्य सैटकॉम वाहनों को अपने बेड़े में शामिल किया है। सलामी मंच की ओर अग्रसर होती हुई वाहन आधारित सैटेलाइट संचार प्रणाली का नेतृत्व 33 आर्मर्ड डिव सिग्नल रेजिमेंट के नायब सूबेदार राजेश कुमार कर रहे हैं। इन संचार वाहनों को मेक इन इंडिया के तहत विकसित किया गया, जो हमें सुरक्षित संचार प्रदान करने के लिए आत्मनिर्भर बनाती हैं।
मोबाइल सैटेलाइट टर्मिनल के ठीक पीछे अगले दो वाहन है शक्तिवान रेजिमेंट तथा दिव्यास्त्र बैटरी के। विशेष रूप से डिजाइन किए गए नई पीढ़ी के मानव रहित ये वो हथियार तंत्र हैं जिन्हें हाई मोबिलिटी व्हीकल पर स्थापित किया गया है। शक्तिवान का नेतृत्व 161 मीडियम रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन नमन शर्मा द्वारा। देवियों सज्जनों, इस वाहन में स्वॉर्म ड्रोन्स, मिनी हार्पी, हैरोप तथा पीस कीपर जैसे उन्नत ड्रोन लगाए गए हैं। आधुनिक युग के ऐसे ड्रोन्स जो शक्तिवान रेजिमेंट को 1000 किलोमीटर तक की दूरी को और इसमें स्थित लक्ष्य को पूरी तरह से नेस्तो नाबूद करने की ताकत प्रदान करते हैं। और इसके ठीक पीछे दूसरा वाहन दिव्यास्त्र, जिसमें जोल्ट, मीडियम ऑल्टीट्यूड स्यूडो सैटेलाइट सिस्टम तथा स्काई स्ट्राइकर जैसे उन्नत ड्रोन्स लगाए गए हैं। नेतृत्व 161 मीडियम रेजिमेंट के सूबेदार किरण मेधर द्वारा। दिव्यास बैटरी ऐसी हाइब्रिड युद्धक इकाई है जो तोपखाने को निगरानी ड्रोन तथा लॉइटर एम्युनिशन के साथ एकीकृत करती है।
देवियों और सज्जनों, अब आपके समक्ष है भारत की तकनीकी प्रगति और आत्मनिर्भरता का एक उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण, इंटीग्रेटेड ड्रोन डिटेक्शन एंड इंटरडिक्ट।
The visuals that we are putting out from the 78th Army Day that is taking place in Jaipur. Beautiful visuals that we are telling our viewers the very first time that this is happening outside the cantonment area, and is also the Grand Parade showcasing India's military prowess, Vasudha, and all the modern defense capabilities that India now stands for.
That's right, Gauri. Those beautiful visuals of Army Day Parade showcasing India's strength.
स्वदेश निर्मित आधुनिक प्रबल ड्रोन जैमर तथा युद्धक ड्रोन प्रणाली, जिसमें संजय, प्रलय एवं बाज नामक युद्धक ड्रोन शामिल हैं। ऐसी सक्षम प्रणालियां जो हाल ही में शत्रु के विरुद्ध चलाए गए अभियानों में अत्यंत प्रभावशाली सिद्ध हुई हैं।
अब आपके सामने अगला वाहन है ड्रोन शक्ति। यह माननीय मुख्य अतिथि थल सेना अध्यक्ष के मार्गदर्शन में भारत में ही निर्मित ड्रोन फैब्रिकेशन इकोसिस्टम ड्रोन शक्ति है। इस वाहन का नेतृत्व 10 कोर जोन वर्कशॉप के मेजर अरुण कुमार तियोतिया कर रहे हैं। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, रोबोटिक्स तथा एडिटिव मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जैसे अत्याधुनिक तकनीकों को अपनाकर सैन्य नवाचार और युद्ध क्षेत्र में रूपांतरण में एक क्रांतिकारी छलांग का प्रतीक है ड्रोन शक्ति। यह अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में ड्रोन्स के निर्माण, रखरखाव और निरंतर संचालन को भी सक्षम बनाती है। बड़े ही शान से सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरता हुआ ड्रोन शक्ति।
और ड्रोन शक्ति के बाद मंच की ओर आगे बढ़ता अगला वाहन व्हीकल बेस्ड ड्रोन जैमर का। नेतृत्व 16 इन्फेंट्री डिवीजन सिविल रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन आयुष कुमार द्वारा। एक ऐसी सुरक्षा जो दुश्मन के ड्रोन को पहचानने, ट्रैक करने तथा जैमिंग द्वारा निरस्त करने की पूरी काबिलियत रखता है। यह ड्रोन जैमर दुश्मन के ड्रोन्स की नेविगेशन, तथा कम्युनिकेशन लिंक को निष्क्रिय कर 10 से 12 किलोमीटर तक ड्रोन रोधी सुरक्षा प्रदान करता है। ड्रोन 21वीं सदी के युद्ध के वो हथियार जो युद्ध के परिवेश को हमेशा के लिए बदल रहे हैं।
और अब आपके सामने अगला उपकरण संयुक्ता, जो कि एक जैमर स्टेशन है। यह दुश्मन के संचार को अवरोधित और निगरानी करने एवं जैमिंग करने में सक्षम है। यह दुश्मन के रडार उत्सर्जन का पता लगाता है और उसका विश्लेषण करता है, साथ ही आगमन की दिशा निर्धारित करता है ताकि यह प्रभावी जैमिंग प्रदान कर सके। इसका नेतृत्व आज की परेड में 3 इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर बटालियन के मेजर सचिन कुमार कर रहे हैं। भारत की सीमा पर जागा संयुक्ता, जैमर जैसे खड़ा सतर्क पहरेदार। जब आकाश छूने निकले दुश्मन का ड्रोन, रोक देता संयुक्ता उसकी हर चाल। रेडियो तरंगों की दीवारें चारों ओर बुनता ये जाल, सिग्नल तोड़े और तोड़े दुश्मन का अभिमान।
सलामी मंच की ओर अग्रसर हिम शक्ति इंटीग्रेटेड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर सिस्टम के 2 वाहन प्रहरी और सम्राट, नेतृत्व 8 इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर बटालियन के कैप्टन आदर्श बेबोर द्वारा स्वदेशी रूप से विकसित ये प्रणालियां रडार, रेडियो लोकेटर, जैमिंग क्षमताओं को एकीकृत कर हमारी सेनाओं के इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक स्पेक्ट्रम को सुरक्षा प्रदान करती हैं तथा शत्रु के सिग्नल्स को अवरोधित कर उसके उपकरणों को निष्क्रिय करती हैं। और इसके ठीक पीछे अगला कॉलम लॉन्ग रेंज वेक्टर्स का, जो दुश्मन के इलाके में बिना घुसे किसी भी टारगेट को सटीकता से बर्बाद करने में सक्षम है। इसका प्रभावी इस्तेमाल ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में दुश्मन के एयरपोर्ट तथा मिसाइल को हवा में नष्ट करने के लिए किया गया। नेतृत्व 210 रॉकेट रेजिमेंट के लेफ्टिनेंट नंदू एसके के द्वारा मल्टी बैरल रॉकेट लॉन्चर ग्रैड BM-21 40 किलोमीटर की मारक क्षमता, 20 सेकंड से भी कम समय में 40 रॉकेट दागने में पूरी तरह से सक्षम।
और अब आपके सामने शिव धनुष से प्रेरित भारतीय सेना का स्वदेशी हित हथियार, जो रहा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में देश की रक्षा का मजबूत कवच। जी हां, पिनाका लॉन्चर वेपन सिस्टम, स्वदेशी शक्ति और भारत की सीमाओं का गर्व। यह लंबी दूरी का ऑल वेदर तथा त्वरित प्रहार करने वाला तोपखाना रॉकेट लॉन्चर है। इसमें प्रत्येक लॉन्चर में 214 मिलीमीटर कैलिबर के 12 रॉकेट दागे जा सकते हैं। आज की परेड में 1890 रॉकेट रेजिमेंट के नायब सूबेदार जय सिंह के सक्षम हाथों में नेतृत्व।
The mighty launcher coming to the saluting days is of Smirch, whose induction significantly boosted the firepower and deep strike capability of the Indian artillery. Led by Lieutenant Rashmi Chaudhary of 1812 Rocket Regiment, Smirch is engineered to dominate deep battle zones with overwhelming firepower. Each launcher carries 12 300 mm rockets capable of delivering payloads over ranges up to 90 kilometers. It had given our enemies sleepless nights along the northern borders and also recently during Operation Sindoor.
रुख मोड़ दिए तूफानों के, चट्टानों को धूल बनाया है। दुश्मन हमको ना भूलेगा, उसे ऐसा सबक सिखाया है। और अब मंच की ओर अग्रसर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का वो ब्रह्मास्त्र, जो एक मिसाइल ही नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्रीय चेतना की हुंकार है, रणनीतिक श्रेष्ठता का निर्णायक प्रहार है। 1889 मिसाइल रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन पुखराज कौशिक के नेतृत्व में ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल मारक क्षमता 450 किलोमीटर तक लगातार विकास के दौर से गुजर रहा ये मिसाइल सिस्टम शीघ्र 800 किलोमीटर तक प्रहार करने में सफल होगा। हर मौसम में कारगर, दुनिया की बेहतरीन क्रूज मिसाइल जिसे समुद्र, भूमि, वायु सहित सभी प्लेटफॉर्म से लॉन्च किया जा सकता है।
Those are visuals coming in from the 78th Army Day that's taking place in Jaipur. Viewers, we commemorate this day because this is on this very day, 15th of January 1949, is when India's first army chief took over. General Karyappa became India's first army chief. He took over from the Britishers, the British commander-in-chief, General Francis Roy, and he handed it over to Indian Army's chief post to General Karyappa. And this is the day that is then marked by the valor of Indian forces as India salutes its brave hearts year after year for keeping our borders safe, for keeping us all safe. And this year is extremely significant. It comes after Operation Sindoor, after India launched those strikes and decimated Pakistani airspace. And what is on display right now is India's firepower that has, of course, destroyed, as I said, Pakistani air bases, but also sent a very strong message to Pakistan and its aiders, that is China, Turkey and others.
That's right, Gauri. This year's celebration holds special significance. My colleague Harsha joins us with more details on this. Harsha, tell us a little bit about this Army Day celebrations taking place. We're all participating in this.
Well, yes, this Army Day celebration is being held for the first time in Jaipur outside the cantonment. So it's a big day. There's a lot of excitement among people. They've been having rehearsals from the 9th onwards. So people have been coming in large numbers because this is the first time you can actually see up close missiles like BrahMos and Akash, which played a seminal role in Op Sindoor. Remember, Rajasthan also has a 1,000-kilometer border with Pakistan. So the people of Rajasthan in that sense is quite closely invested with the army. So this has been very interesting to see the kind of missiles, the kind of drone and anti-drone missiles that were deployed in Op Sindoor. Of course, right now in front of me, I can see Sanjay walking right across. Very interesting. He's attracted a lot of interest. He's a robotic mule, and Sanjay, in fact, is that's how he's popularly called. He's a robotic mule, and he can be used in terrain which is very difficult to maneuver for the human foot to go to. So interestingly, that's the kind of the things that you're getting to see here, which otherwise is a real treat for people. They would probably have not seen things like that. Also, interestingly, the number of women who are leading, especially in the engineering corps, who are leading a number of the deployments that have come up. Very, very heartening for people in the audience to see women in leadership roles. And of course, now we have right in front of us the Veer, which is going. It is India's indigenously electric all-terrain vehicle. So the other thing that you're getting to see is the kind of Swadeshi, that is playing a very important role in India's armament. The fact that a lot of these systems are actually made in India.
Also explain to us, is this for the first time that such a display is taking place outside usual, cant areas, and how are people reacting to this? It's not every day that you get a sense of what our military capabilities are.
Absolutely. So a lot of enthusiasm for this. The first time that Jaipur is hosting this, because usually the Army Day parade is always held inside the cantonment. The first time it's happening in and on the streets of Jaipur. Remember, the Army Day celebrates the moment when General Karapta took over as the first Indian commander of the Indian Army from the British. So that's why Army Day is celebrated. And it has shifted out of Delhi. So last time it took place in Pune, Lucknow, Bengaluru, and this is the first time that it's happening in a civil area. So people have had access to this, and rehearsals have been on since the 9th. Large numbers of people have turned up, and even now, the seats are absolutely filled with people who have come early in the morning, braving the winter cold to see the Army Day parade and look at India's military might up close and personal.
With us, I'm going to once, increase the audio of these beautiful visuals. We come back to you of the significance of this in a post-Operation Sindoor India. But first up, the visuals.
20 किलोग्राम तक का भार ले जाने की क्षमता वाला ये ड्रोन सिस्टम 40 मिनट तक उड़ान भर सकता है। इसकी परिचालन सीमा 20 किलोमीटर है। नेतृत्व 3 नागा के हवलदार विवेक द्वारा ड्रोन आधुनिक युद्ध में निर्णायक शक्ति बनकर उभरते हुए।
और इसी के साथ आप देख सकते हैं त्रिनेत्र लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशन सिस्टम, नेतृत्व हवलदार टी पवन के हाथों में। यह एक उन्नत मानव पोर्टेबल इलेक्ट्रिक मानव रहित हवाई वाहन है जिसे सटीक हमले और वास्तविक समय की टोही के लिए डिजाइन किया गया है। और इसी के साथ आप देख सकते हैं हमारे पैरा ट्रूपर हवाओं का सीना चीरते हुए आसमानों की हद तक सुना रहे हैं ये 3 रंगों की गौरव गाथा। आपके सामने हमारे पैरा ट्रूपर हवलदार दिलीप उपाध्याय, और उसी के ठीक पीछे आप देख सकते हैं हमारे दूसरे पैरा ट्रूपर हवलदार अजय सिंह। बर्फीले श्वेत सियाचिन में, रेतीले गर्म मरुस्थल में, लहराते हर हर सागर में, घन घन घनेरे जंगल में, तोपों की गर्जन धड़ में, गगन पवन की सरसर में, जब ये धरती सो जाती है और सो जाता है आसमान। भैरव बटालियन रक्षक तब डटे हुए, निर्भीक निडर सरसीना तान, सरहद पर दिन रात जाग जाग रक्षा करते ये भैरव बटालियन के वीर जवान। इसी के साथ देवी और सज्जनों, आपके समक्ष भारतीय सेना की नवगठित भैरव बटालियन, जैसा नाम वैसा काम। जी हां, भगवान शिव के रुद्र रूप को दर्शाती। जैसे भगवान शिव का उग्र रूप अधर्म और दुष्टों का नाश करता है, उसी प्रकार दुश्मन के नापाक इरादों को नेस्तो नाबूद करने के लिए तैयार भैरव बटालियन आपके सामने हेल मार्च करती हुई बड़ी शान और गर्व से सलामी मंच की ओर बढ़ती सेकंड भैरव बटालियन राजपुताना राइफल्स का दस्ता, जिसका नेतृत्व मेजर चंद्रेश के हाथों में डेजर्ट फैल्कन्स के नाम से जाने जाने वाली यह बटालियन साइलेंट वॉच डेडली किल के मोटो पर आधारित है और सदा सतर्क निगरानी, तीव्र एवं सटीक प्रहार की क्षमता में राष्ट्र सुरक्षा का प्रण लेने वाली यह भैरव बटालियन गीत के माध्यम से सभी में उत्साह एवं जोश भरती हुई। उसी के साथ अगली टुकड़ी चौथी भैरव बटालियन सिख लाए इन्फेंट्री रेजिमेंट की। बटालियन की स्थापना नई पीढ़ी के युद्ध गठन के उद्भव को चिन्हित करती है। रेजिमेंटल ईथॉस में डूबी हुई, भविष्य की हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार, तकनीकी रूप से सशक्त, इन्हें जब भी जहां भी बुलाया जाएगा निर्णायक और सटीक युद्ध के लिए तत्पर। बटालियन का नेतृत्व मेजर मोहित सिंधु के हाथों में बड़े ही शान और शौर्य से आप सबके सामने गुजरती हुई भैरव बटालियन।
भैरव बटालियन के बाद मंच की ओर अग्रसर मिक्स स्काउट बटालियन का दस्ता, जो सेना दिवस परेड में पहली बार भाग ले रहा है। नेतृत्व 5 लद्दाख स्काउट के लेफ्टिनेंट ब्रजेश द्वारा। हिमालय की गोद में पले, हिमालय से भी ऊंचे हौसलों वाले माटी के वो सपूत जिन्होंने पहाड़ों से प्रतिबद्धता सीखी तो नदियों से निस्वार्थ सेवा। इसमें शामिल है ज्वाला माता की जय के उद्घोष वाले डोगरा स्काउट्स, लद्दाख की आत्मा कहे जाने वाले लद्दाख स्काउट्स, देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के गढ़वाल स्काउट्स तथा कुमाऊं स्काउट्स और सबसे युवा स्काउट्स सिक्किम स्काउट्स तथा अरुणाचल स्काउट्स के बहादुर राइनो। स्थानीय भाषा और संस्कृति और भूगोल की पहचान इन्हें बेहद सशक्त बनाती है। पहरेदार हिमालय के हम झोंके हैं तूफान के, सुनकर गरज हमारी सीने फट जाते चट्टान के। इनकी सांसों में बर्फीली हवाओं का साहस और लहू में पर्वतों की दृढ़ता बहती है।
Filling the air with the courage and inspiration, the combined military band of Maratha Light Infantry and the Sikh Regimental Center steps forward in a perfect harmony of two glorious traditions, led by Subedar Major Kulwant Singh of Sikh Regimental Center and assisted by Subedar Raju Bajantri of Maratha Light Infantry, playing the tune of कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा।
कदम से कदम मिलाते हुए एकता और देशभक्ति का संदेश हम सभी को सुनाते हुए चल रहे हैं आपके समक्ष मद्रास रेजिमेंट के सक्षम सेनानी, सीना ताने और बताते कि विकास के पथ पर हम ना रुकेंगे, हम ना मुड़ेंगे, हम ना झुकेंगे, बनेंगे आत्मनिर्भर रक्षक और प्रेरक हम शूरवीर सेनानी। आपके समक्ष सबसे पुरानी रेजिमेंट मद्रास रेजिमेंट के वीर, नेतृत्व 10 मद्रास के कैप्टन सिद्धार्थ पांडे के हाथों में आदर्श वाक्य, अपना कर्तव्य निभाते वीर गति को प्राप्त करना गौरव की बात है।
और अब जयपुर की वीर वसुंधरा पर चौड़ी छाती चटक चाल के साथ अग्रसर राजपूत रेजिमेंट का दस्ता, नेतृत्व 21 राजपूत के लेफ्टिनेंट विकास खत्री द्वारा। 250 सालों की गौरवशाली विरासत, जिसमें आजाद भारत के पहले कमांडर इन चीफ फील्ड मार्शल के.एम. करियप्पा।
All right, viewers, those were visuals coming in of the 78th Army Day that is taking place in Jaipur. The very first time the Bhairav Battalion has been raised. Along with that, several other attractions included the kamikaze drones, robots and other such very special details. But Vasudha, we need to take a very short break.
Absolutely, God, it's not always that we get to witness the evolving capabilities of our Indian Armed Forces. That's exactly what's happening with the celebrations of the Indian Army Day. But it's time for a short break. On the other side, we'll have more stories on the BMC and everything else.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3x50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
final countdown to Maha Clash. Battle for BMC gets super vicious. Ill-tempered fight gets uglier. Thackeray's roar at challengers. Mahayuti sniffs another victory. Unmissable build-up on NDTV. Battleground BMC.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The first Indian news channel at the World Economic Forum at Davos. 21 years at the heart of the world's most influential dialogue.
Continuing to make sure that the poorest are not forgotten.
Big enough, brave enough, bold enough to face the critics.
We've been doing more and more improvements.
We are the fastest growing amongst the major economies.
Both of us are interested in these.
Young girls aren't in school because they're scavenging for water for the family.
We need to get out of the way and into the work of breaking open access for each and everyone.
Now, India's most trusted news network returns to the Alps with its most formidable editorial voices. NDTV Ignite at Davos.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network.
Amchi Mumbaikars vote in high-stakes BMC elections. It's a title defense for the Thackeray's. Devendra Bhau sniffs victory. And it's a survival battle for Thackeray's. A big test for the Bhau-Shinde jodi.
Jananayakan battle is in the Supreme Court today. At-return politician TVK chief Vijay waits with bated breath. Vijay fans are locked and loaded. Millions holding their breath. Will Supreme Court order the film's release today?
Jallikattu season kick-starts. More than 1,000 bulls participate and will be part of the Jallikattu. 550 tamers participate. Over 1,000 police personnel on spot for security purposes.
X stops Croc from undressing images of real people after backlash. This comes after strong warnings were issued by several countries, including India.
78th Army Day Parade in Jaipur. India salutes its brave, valor in step, honor in heart. Operation Sindoor braves at Army Day Parade. BrahMos Akash Tir on full display.
Air India issues advisory as Iran shuts airspace and widespread protests against Khamenei and growing tensions with the United States of America.
In more international news, Denmark says that there is a fundamental disagreement with the US over Greenland after talks at the White House. Trump reiterates his interest in acquiring the resource-rich island, says if US doesn't, Russia, China will.
The Jallikattu battle is in the Supreme Court today, and Supreme Court says it's not inclined to hear plea by the producers of the movie in the Jallikattu matter. This matter was moved by producers to Supreme Court. It was being heard by the Madras High Court. Supreme Court grills KVN production over plea that was filed in Supreme Court. SE has slammed the approach of production house in Madras High Court. The Supreme Court has also asked Madras High Court to decide on the issue on the 20th of January. That was when the hearing was scheduled after the production house pressed for an expedited hearing. My colleague Tejshri joins us with more details on this. Tejshri, this is yet another setback for KVN Productions, specifically for TVK chief Vijay, who was in Delhi 2 days ago. Now he's expected to be in Delhi on the 19th with regard to CBI summons. But this means that not just Pongal, Jallikattu release is going to be delayed even further.
Well, absolutely seems like, because remember that 20th January is the date when the Madras High Court will be hearing this entire matter as far as the release of the movie is concerned. Because remember that if we also revise that actually what happened, then remember that it was the filmmakers who first submitted the film to CBFC, and then after that the CBFC asked them to make some edits. Post that the film was submitted on 5th of January, they asked that we have made all these edits, and then they submitted the film again. Post that what happened was then the movie was sent to the revising committee. The action was in, they asked that there were some symbols related to the Indian armed forces that should not go in the movie. They were to use those symbols in the movie is certainly objectionable, is what the revising committee told. And then the matter in fact went to the High Court. Then High Court in fact said that the movie could be released, but then on the very same day the CBFC in fact approached the top body, that is the Supreme Court.
Right.
Now in fact the matter is set to be heard by the Madras High Court again, because the court has said that the petitioner needs to first go to the lower court, that is the Madras High Court.
Okay.
And that's why now all eyes will be on the Madras High Court for the hearing that is set to be take place on
the 20th of January is when the hearing will take place. It's a huge blow for Vijay. It's a huge blow for the makers of Jallikattu. Supreme Court has junked the plea. It goes back to Madras High Court, and I'm going to try and connect with my colleague Nupur as well to tell what exactly were the court's proceeding. But I believe Vijay Gopal is also with us on the broadcast. Vijay, if my voice is reaching you, take us through the ramifications, the political ramifications of how this unfolds. And then I get in Vasudha here as well, our in-house expert right here with me in the studio. But Vijay, to you first. It's a huge blow for actor Vijay.
That's right, Gauri. It's a huge setback for actor Vijay and even Jallikattu team, because they are expecting to release the movie on Pongal holidays, because the Pongal already today is Thai Pongal. The movie crew wanted to release the movie targeting the Pongal holidays, but it is unlikely to happen because the Supreme Court had directed the movie producers to go back to the Madras High Court, where the case is actually pending before the Chief Justice, the division bench, and they are to hear the case after the January 20 only. And the other dates are now for Jananayak, and possible weekend dates is Jan 23, 24, 25, 26, which is a part of Republic Day. But the all eyes on what would be the order from the observation or order from the Madras High Court division bench. But the movie producer want to release the movie. On the other side, the political backlash also, remember Congress and even DMK, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin himself backs Jananayagan movie without naming actor Vijay. He said that the CBFC...
Before the division bench of the Madras High Court on the 20th of Jan, the release was planned by the producers on the 22nd, but now it looks like the older schedule that was set seems to apply, that there's no expedited hearing now. Nupur, if you can hear us, tell us exactly what the Supreme Court has said and what are the instructions that have been given out to producers.
Well, first of all, the Supreme Court has slammed this approach by the film producers to come directly to the Supreme Court when the matter is pending at the Madras High Court level and a date of hearing is fixed at January 20th. The bench headed by Justice Dipankar Datta has today, in fact, at the outset, refused to entertain the petition at all and criticized the approach of the movie producers to come to the Supreme Court and ask that now the court should be deciding the cases within a day or two. How are they expecting this kind of pace from the court? And that's why the court has refused to hear the plea today and in fact has asked the producers to go back to the Madras High Court, keep their case there on the fixed date of January 20th. However, in a slight relief to Vijay, the Supreme Court has said that the Madras High Court should try that it completes the hearing on January 20th, as Vijay, the production house, was in fact pressing that they will incur huge losses as they have already booked around 5,000 theatres and they are expecting to incur many such losses, and already publicity has been done. High stakes are involved when it comes to monetary expenses they have done on the release of the movie. And keeping that in mind, the Supreme Court has said that the High Court should endeavour to finish the case on January 20th, and still it is not a final direction to complete the hearing on January 20, but it is a slight relief that the Supreme Court has now asked the Madras High Court to try and finish the case, decide the case on January 20th.
The Supreme Court has said that it will not interfere in this case, and the hearing will go on as usual. But Vijay has not spoken yet. Will he finally speak after today's intervention by the Supreme Court, or in fact the Supreme Court deciding not to intervene, which means his movie will be released only after the hearing, and that too only if he gets a clearance, which means Pongal release is gone? Okay, Kovai Satyan of the AIDMK joins us now. Kovai Satyan, how do you see the Supreme Court's decision today not to interfere in this case?
Well, this was on the expected lines. Many legal experts warned that such scenario could arise because the case is still not completed in the High Court. What is the hurry to reach the Supreme Court? So when it has reached, the matter has not reached finality. Many legal experts in Tamil Nadu warned, saying that this could backfire. That's what had happened today. These were on expected lines.
But Kovai Satyan, don't you think the sentiment against the CBFC also being, conflated to the union will go against the BJP in Tamil Nadu?
See, a business tussle is being infused as a political tussle. So it will increase the curiosity, and looks like the movie banks more on negative publicity than what the actor Vijay can actually deliver. So there is curiosity and there are some simmering anger against CBFC, but nobody says that CBFC is at fault. Everybody says that they should have followed the recommendations given by CBFC in full in totality.
All right, so that's extremely significant. But, Kovai Satyan, as there are the legal aspects to it, but there's also the larger political aspect to it, as Vasudha was pointing out. And the messaging has been that the DMK-backed movie Parashakti got released at the Pongal weekend. It got bumper views as well. even as the actor Vijay's movie, the last last movie before the political plunge, is being held back. That's the perception.
That's the perception which they are trying desperate to build up. But the fact is, Parashakti, the crew agreed to the cuts. They ensured that whatever the suggestions made by the CBFC was adhered to. Whereas the crew of Jananayakan went ahead and announced the release date without even completing the required mandatory recommendations of CBFC. They say that we have done so, but on the other side there are objections. So while there are objections, the crew could have understood that they should wait till they get the clearance.
Mr. Satyan, I'll tell you why I'm asking you this, sir. I'll tell you why I'm asking you this, sir. Because it is being said, the big allegation has been that right now the CBI is calling actor Vijay for questioning. At the same time, what is coinciding is the fact that his movie is getting delayed. And if you add up both these two instances, unrelated, but if you add them up, the perception further magnifies. That's why I'm asking you that question.
You call it perception, I call it a story. You certainly can't stop anybody trying to narrate a story which is not of truth. That's what happened. The DMK ecosystem are masters in it. They will spin stories in such a way that people
just an offshoot from Gauri's question, the fact that we are talking about perception here, and all of you are looking for the anti-incumbency votes. Vijay is likely to get a lot of sympathy for this, non-release of this movie. The fact that he has to struggle so much to get his movie cleared, and in the last few years, we've not really seen movies struggle so much to get clearance. And Jananayakan doesn't seem to be based on very volatile matters. It's a mass blockbuster. Don't you think this sentiment will actually give sympathy, will also add benefit to Vijay's political standing?
So more and more DMK tries to support Vijay indirectly on this issue by comparing Parashakti and Jananayakan.
Sir,
DMK banks on the anti-BJP votes.
Was at L. Murugan's house celebrating Pongal with the Prime Minister yesterday. So the whole A team, B team, C team dynamic has changed in Tamil Nadu now.
That's true, but the more and more DMK tries to rake up this issue that central government and CBFC are behind Jananayakan, the anti-BJP votes will be harvested by Vijay, wherein DMK is banking on those votes. So this is the other way around.
Okay, but
30 years ago, there is a movie on Rajiv Gandhi's assassination.
Just a minute, thinking that you're not an AIDMK person, don't you think Vijay should be speaking now? Do you expect him to come out and speak? Because all of us have seen his movies. Do you expect Vijay, the actor, to speak up for himself now?
Vijay as an actor can speak for himself, but today he has taken the role of a politician and a party leader. So he definitely you can't expect him to speak the way where everyone likes him to speak.
All right, Kovind Satyam, hold that thought. Let's get in Vinod Selvam of the BJP on this as well. Vinod Selvam, it seems that setbacks for actor Vijay continue and his movie Jananayakan, those setbacks continue. It's now mired in more legal trouble.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
See, the matter is sub judice at this point, and it was very much expected that when the CBFC has obviously told the bench of the Madras High Court that they need time to review certain objectionable material, it is the agency has to be given enough time to do the same. The production house showing the hurried nature today, if they had taken the same care in making sure that the production was completed a lot more earlier and they applied for clearances and their censorship earlier, the situation wouldn't have arisen. And even today, we can notice that the hero of the movie, the actor turned politician Vijay, hasn't opened his mouth even once. And the reason is because even he is aware that there is some objectionable material in the movie, and that is why even he is not speaking up at this point.
All of us have watched too many movies to understand that this is not a movie that gets shelved because of content reasons. Vijay has always acted in movies which have had some controversial parts. Doctors have talked against Mercil, but Jananayakan is not that movie which will get shelved for its content. So clearly there is some politics at play. That is the speculation that people have. I mean, is this not really going to go against the union government, the BJP in this regard? Because this man is a celebrity, he is a superstar, and he is in some ways also going to get that sympathy.
The BJP doesn't see any politics in this. In fact, the BJP is not even bothered about this movie. If BJP has decided to target cinema, then it would have been in the production house of the first family of the DMK, who takes most of the movies here in Tamil Nadu. But the BJP...
Maybe you also feel that it is Vijay's popularity that's also making him an important factor in Tamil Nadu elections, and you also feel that DMK is facing anti-incumbency. Is that also something that people are thinking in Tamil Nadu?
The DMK is facing a huge anti-incumbency. The Vijay is a big star in Tamil Nadu. I don't deny either of this. But, trying to bring in the role of BJP and making sure the movie doesn't release is just like another script being written. It is just like another movie script.
But Mr. Selvam, yesterday in El Murugan's Pongal celebrations, a lot of youngsters who are fans of Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, told me that they want Jananayakan to be released soon because there is a sentiment, a Tamil sentiment, that a superstar's movie is being shelved for no reason. And that to Pongal weekend, you also understand, is a very emotional concept in Tamil Nadu. The fact that it is sub judice is something I understand, but what happens to the optics and perception on ground?
Even I want the movie to be released. Even I am very eagerly waiting to see the movie. I have the habit of watching a movie on Pongal, and I was really hoping to watch the movie. But unfortunately, when there is objectionable material, I think interest of that is more important than going and watching a movie. If a movie is going to cause some sort of a stir or enmity between groups, or whatever the reason for which the movie is being shelved, which we will not be aware of. So CBFC has done this for a certain reason. So I think we need to give them reasonable time to make sure that all that is being removed and the movie will hit the screen soon. And I will also be one of those people to go watch the movie in one of the earlier days of the release of the movie.
Vinod Selvam of the BJP with us on that big story. And viewers, if you're tuning in right now, the big story that we are focused on right now, Battleground Tamil Nadu. What is happening right now is Jananayakan movie, which was in legal controversy, has now been in fresh controversy because the Supreme Court has junked the plea of the producers of Jananayakan, saying, go back to Madras High Court. We are not going to see, you will not get your urgent hearing. We will not entertain a petition that requires the movie producers, plea to be heard immediately, which means it goes back to the to Madras High Court, and on 20th of January is when it's likely to be heard. Let's get in Nupur Dokra, who's been tracking this closely for us, to tell us the commentary, why exactly the Supreme Court made that took that decision. Remember, Supreme Court is also the court of record, which means it sets a precedent. So it's important to see that in that light as well. But Nupur, go ahead. What were the observations that were made in court?
Hello.
Well, first of all, the Supreme Court at the outset was disappointed that the film producers have moved at a blistering pace, and Justice Dipankar Datta, who was in fact heading the bench, slammed the approach of the producers to move the Supreme Court when the Madras High Court was already hearing the matter and a date is already fixed on January 28th. So this was the main reason why the Supreme Court has refused to even entertain the plea. It has not even heard the initial submission by the producers of the movie. However, the producers had pressed that some relief be given, as they have spent huge amount of money and booked over 5,000 theatres, and they were expecting to release the movie on 9th, but now it has been a huge delay which has caused monetary losses to them. Hearing this, the Supreme Court has granted this slight relief, whereby it has now asked the Madras High Court to try to finish off this case on 20th January. At the same time, it has criticized this urgent pace that is being expected by the producers from the courts.
Nupur, I'm sorry to interrupt. Vijay Gopal from Chennai has fans of Vijay with him. Vijay Gopal, fans were clearly waiting for this movie to be released soon. Pongal weekend is a big emotional concept. Kanum Pongal is the festival Gauri where people actually come from villages to cities to, for sightseeing, and movie going is an important tradition that a lot of families actually have. Vijay Gopal, tell us, how disappointed are the fans now?
Vasudha, we are right now in Madurai, covering Jallikattu. Madurai is known for Jallikattu, and here many youths are there. Coincidentally, they are also fans of Vijay. Let's try to speak with them how disappointed they are. Supreme Court has said they have to approach, the production house has to approach again to the Madras High Court. So Jananayakan release quite again to delay. So what's your reaction?
Without movie, it was still looking like, it's not like looking Pongal. It's a very, very low.
Have you watched Parashakti?
No, sir.
So you are a Vijay fan, and you are waiting for Jananayakan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your opinion? So, Jananayagan is not going to come for at least for a week because this case is pending before Madras High Court.
இதுக்கு முன்னாடி நிறைய ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் மூவிஸ்க்கு வந்திருக்கு. ஸ்டெப் பை ஸ்டெப் நிறைய இதுக்கு முன்னாடி பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. பட் இன்னும் நிறைய தடைகள் வந்திருக்கு. பட் ஆனால் இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மறுபடியும் ஜனநாயகன் அதுக்கான தடைகள் வந்திருக்கு. இது புதுசு கிடையாது. எங்களுக்கு எப்போ படம் ரிலீஸ் ஆகுதோ அன்னைக்கு தான் எங்களுக்கு பொங்கல்.
Okay. Do you think is this politically motivated one? Okay, so fans are really disappointed. They are saying that only when the movie gets released, then only they are going to celebrate Pongal in Tamil Nadu.
You know, Gauri, very dramatic, very filmy. The day the movie releases is Pongal for us. A Madurai fan saying that. But yes, this is going to have political implications. The DMK-backed movie Parasakti has released, and it has a free flow during Pongal weekend. Of course, the director of the movie, Sudha Konkara, has said that she has blamed the TVK fans for being, for running as hooligans and disrupting the movie screenings. But let me also go across to Nupur now. Nupur, if you are with us, help us understand what is the slight relief that the Supreme Court has given to producers, and was this expected? As a legal reporter, did you see this coming?
Well, of course, after the producers, in fact, told the court about the monetary losses they are facing because of the delay in the release, the top court has made this observation and has in fact asked the High Court to consider finishing off this case, deciding this case on January 20th itself. So while the court has not interfered with the petitions, has not refused to entertain any prayers from the production house of the movie, but at the same time, it is a slight relief that now the High Court has been asked by the Supreme Court to consider finishing off the case as soon as possible. That is the next hearing, that is 20th January. So this comes as a bit of a relief, as this would ensure that the proceedings do not stretch for longer period of time.
Right. So that's how it's stacked right now. And as Nupur was pointing out, the reasons for delay and the reasons why the Supreme Court felt that this cannot be entertained right now were clearly highlighted. And let's also now get in, we're going to get Veera Raghav as well in just a bit. But before that, let's go back to Vijay Gopal, who has all the fans of actor Vijay as well, who said that they were disappointed. But there are also political ramifications of this, Vijay.
Absolutely. And Gauri, Vijay is in Madurai, and I remember Vijay's one of the first conferences was held in Madurai, and there was a lot of speculation if he could be contesting from Madurai as well. Vijay, Madurai is seen as one of those hypersensitive cities of Tamil Nadu, a city that all of us love visiting because, there is an ancient aspect to this. Many of Vijay's movies have also been shot in Madurai. How are people of Madurai feeling about what the court has said today?
That's right, Vasudha. I remember even during the conference in Madurai, Vijay tacitly mentioned, saying that he is likely to contest from the Madurai in upcoming 2026 election also. That is still a buzz and speculation. But, as far as fans here are concerned, they are really disappointed. Just be able to manage to speak with a few Vijay fans here. They are really disappointed. They are saying that there is no Pongal without Talapati Vijay, because usually, remember Mersal in 2017 and other movies, whenever Vijay's movie get released in Pongal, that would be a massive celebration for Vijay fans. So even a Tamil cinema is emotionally and celebration connected with the Pongal holidays. It's a date. Many superstars will target for a Pongal holidays. Let's even try to speak with more fans here. They are all actually, the crowd is actually enjoying the Jallikattu here, which is one of the traditionally integrated event. Here we have Vijay. We have other person here. So let's ask him. So Jananayagan movie is getting delayed again. So are you disappointed?
Very, very disappointment. Jananayagan is expectation and everybody waiting. So very, very disappointed. Jananayagan movie disappointed or
very, very disappointed.
The Supreme Court now has ordered, saying that the production house has to go back to Madras High Court. So the case is now pending before the Madras High Court again. So what you are picking up as a fan on the ground, because Madurai is known for Vijay, celebrating Vijay during each movie release. So how you are feeling now?
Malaysia also waiting every world.
It was a massive audio launch in Malaysia.
It's a fantastic event. It's okay.
Recently, Jananayagan audio launch was a grand event in Malaysia. Now the movie is getting delayed. So how are you seeing this?
Disappointment this one, because they got a lot of fans, Vijay fans there. So most of them disappointment, because the Thalapathy Tirula is the biggest event in the Malaysia. I think 85,000 crore. Then disappointment.
The politicians are saying that there is a political angle to this. As a fan, what's your reaction to that?
For me, maybe.
Vijay being targeted by political parties. Is Vijay being targeted by political parties? As a fan, what you are feeling?
What, bro?
Is Vijay being targeted by a politician or political party, any party?
Yeah, definitely. Different election this year. So, unexpected. Anything. So, God decide. Okay.
You know, the fans, the two fans are from Malaysia, and they are also spoke about how the grand audio launch for Jananayagan was happened in the Malaysia, and they are also saying that they are very disappointed with the movie is getting.
Absolutely, Vijay Gopal. Veera Raghav joins us now. Veera, a fan saying that we will celebrate Pongal on the day Jananayagan gets released, and yesterday GV Prakash Kumar was in L. Murugan's house, and he's celebrating Pongal. He's in fact performing Tiruvasagam, with the Prime Minister. The Parasakti crew was with the Prime Minister yesterday, and today the movie basically, there's a setback to Vijay's fans. So many political developments happening there. Explain to viewers as to what kind of political fallout can all of this have on Tamil Nadu.
Discussing the narrative of Vijay being targeted or being under pressure from political forces at the center is gaining ground. Let's not forget that on the 19th, he's been called by the CBI again for a summons to Delhi. And then on the 20th, the Supreme Court has asked the Madras High Court to deliver its verdict. The sense is that Jananayagan is being held hostage for political reasons. That's the narrative, though the TVK has not made that accusation openly. The TVK seems to be playing very, very soft on this issue, I think the core of the party wants the movie to be released at whatever cost. And I think they are being very circumspect about it. Some would question the political acumen in such a thing, where other opposition parties like the Congress and even MK Stalin has taken a stand hitting out at the censor board. The question is, what next for Jananayagan? The sense, Vasudha, is that it will be released by the 30th of January. How Vijay maneuvers the political pressures from all sides, how he builds an alliance, will be closely watched. And any move that he makes will be seen in the context of what kind of pressures he's being able to withstand to. Let's not forget that if you're a strong hero in Tamil cinema, you need to show that you can also have the political mettle to stand up to anyone. Demonstration of political strength extremely important. So let's see how this works.
Are telling me that they have this rationale that people don't like leaders who fight for themselves. They like leaders who fight for people, which I completely disagree with, because I've been telling Veera also that it is time for Vijay to speak up against something that he
I want to ask this to you,
Veera,
just a second, while you and Vasudha, understand the Tamil Nadu landscape, the political landscape very well, for our viewers, who are tuning in right now, and for those who are not so attuned to what really is happening in Tamil Nadu, break this down, show us the 30,000 feet, view of this, that you have elections coming in Tamil Nadu in the next couple of months, extremely crucial. There is anti-incumbency is what the BJP-led NDA would like to sort of build on. And there is the, TVK, which is by actor Vijay, which has seen two setbacks, Again, unrelated. We are not really linking any of it. One is the fact that he was called in Delhi for the CBI questioning that happened last week. And then, of course, the fact that his movie is seeing unprecedented delays. I'm going with the word unprecedented because generally it is assumed that movies do end up getting a certification. Parasakti did. How would you sort of stack this up completely ahead of the crucial elections?
First things first, Gauri, I don't agree with the fact that all these calls are a setback politically. Well, it may be a hurdle for him, but it only builds and bolsters the narrative of Vijay under target, as we know in Tamil Nadu. Number one. Number two, let's not forget that this was his last film. It's an extremely emotional moment for his fans, etc. Now, when the film is delayed, it only bolsters the Vijay power. You spoke about the NDA. Yes, there is anti-incumbency against the DMK. The BJP is part of the NDA with the AIA-DMK. How does Vijay's rise actually play out for the AIA-DMK? Does it hurt that party as well? Is a big question that we need to answer. So, from a 30,000 feet point of view, it's very clear, Gauri. Here's a star who's entered politics, who's seen as the challenger, who's the one who's disrupting Dravidian politics. And now he was first made a target after the Karur stampede by the DMK, which is in power at the state. And now the narrative is that he is being held hostage for his movie release by CBFC, which is seen as an arm of the central government. So that's the narrative that's building up in Tamil Nadu. Now, what this plays out into in terms of alliances, which way Vijay would tilt in terms of alliances, or would he be a strong third force, making it a tri-cornered fight in Tamil Nadu, would be crucially what one would look out for.
Also help us understand, what should Vijay be doing right now? Because, as political observers, journalists, we do feel that, he is not very good when it comes to unscripted crisis, or for that matter, times when he's taken by shock or surprise. He didn't know what to do when the Karur stampede took place. After a month, he actually called those people to Mahabalipuram and he spoke to them. Yeah. Today also, there is a lot of weight, anticipation that he will speak. That's what all the fans are saying. And they seem to have no complaints with him, whatever he does. But to establish himself as a serious political player, somebody who can even be the chief minister, what should he be doing?
I knew what he should be doing. If I was, I would possibly be his political strategist. But I can only tell you the perception that's building up, Vasudha, that, there needs to be a strong response that needs to come from Vijay. Some would argue that he is playing it by the judiciary, sending out a message that this is about my film and I don't want to create this. His political strategists seem to be saying, let the film get released. We anyway have the momentum. Let's work it out. Let the others do the talking for him. But is he behaving more like a superstar, less as a politician? These are questions that we've raised. Unfortunately, Vasudha, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Ultimately, he is a superstar. He has that emotional appeal with his fans, and that's what his calling power is. Why should he change to being a politician is questions the TVK has raised. But yes, I must point out to you that post the Karur tragedy, there was a rethink in the party in terms of creating an organization structure, having people to respond to it. And in this crisis, if it's a calibrated call to let the courts play out, because their objective seems to be more to have Jallikattu released, less about building political momentum around it. Now, whether that works or not, we don't know. But we'll have to wait and see how this plays out.
But with a political assessment-wise, I do think differently in this, because I think after the Karur stampede, both the DMK and the AIDMK-BJP alliance thought differently of the impact it can have on Vijay. I felt that both of them felt that it would actually reduce his importance and increase accountability on him, show him as somebody who is not really capable of addressing political rallies. It did not work that way, because the rallies that happened later, we did feel that Vijay's popularity has only grown, and that probably has also made the NDA alliance and also the DMK alliance take note of that.
So everyone is wary of Vijay's rise. It's categorical that his rise, at least in terms of popular perception, is strong. Whether he'll be able to convert this into votes, whether he will really be an electoral force, that proof of the pudding is in the eating. We'll know in the elections. But everyone seems to be wary of his rise. The question, Vasudha, is who it's going to hurt more and how that's going to play out in terms of where he's going to side. Is it going to be a three-way fight? Is it going to be a two-way fight? That would be the crucial question to ask.
Absolutely, Veera. And thanks much for really decoding that completely. And essentially, that's what the big picture really is, that actor Vijay's TVK is essentially the X factor in battleground Tamil Nadu, and the delays that his movie Jananayagan is witnessing right now, which is his last big movie ahead of his political plunge, could actually go in his favor, possibly bolster his young party's chances in the upcoming elections. Tejshri joins us as well. She's been outside Supreme Court tracking that very important case. big setback for actor Vijay. What next? Did you manage to speak to any of his legal team in Supreme Court? Any word on how they're going to play this? Of course, they go back to the Madras High Court, but anything that you've been able to get by speaking to their legal team?
Well, the legal team is still inside the court completing all the formalities, and as soon as they step out, we'll definitely ask them so as to what are their next what is the next plan of action that they are going to take. But keeping in mind that 19th is the day, in all likelihood, when the TVK chief Vijay will be coming to the national capital, and we saw, the pans pouring in the national capital as well at the point of time when he was very much present there at the CBI headquarters as well. We tracked him, in fact, from the airport to the CBI headquarters where fans were present, and now in fact they were very much hopeful that the Supreme Court will be giving a green chit, or in fact a green signal for the movie to be released. But as of now, doesn't seem like that it will be a cakewalk for the movie to be released. But as in fact we were also listening to the experts as well, who in fact were stating that it is the movie in fact will be released. There are some obstacles. It is not, we cannot say that it is impossible, but yes, it could take time. There could be a delay as and when the hearing begins, because we have also seen in fact the manner in which the CBFC did approach the matter. In fact went to the court as well. Then the court in fact gave a green signal that the movie should be released. The matter was completely clear, but then court, the division bench itself just said that the decision has been put on hold, and then the matter will be again heard on the 20th of January. But the fans were absolutely hoping that they will be able to watch the movie, the very much last movie of their favorite actor Vijay, on the day of Pongal, which is a holiday, and it was the last movie, and before his in fact political debut as well. But needs to be seen that what happens when
delays,
the movie, when the
and Tejasri has been pointing those out, and she's at Supreme Court where that major setback took place. Now Vijay, I'm going to come to you in a bit as well. Vasudha, I want to ask you this question, that for our viewers, help them understand that when you talk about a setback, when you talk about a movie being delayed, when you talk about the fact that one movie which was backed by the DMK sort of went ahead, you were at the Pongal celebrations yesterday, you spoke and met several of the cast members, the actors of Parashakti. How is this going to be seen in Tamil Nadu from TVK's, from actor Vijay's fans' point of view, from TVK's point of view, and of course the larger political aspect of this?
I think both DMK and the NDA alliance are very wary of TVK and Vijay, because Vijay has not really moved out of the Dravidian political ethos. He still speaks about Periyar, he speaks about Annadurai, and of course he speaks about MGR. But when it comes to other matters, when it comes to really slamming the NDA, that's not something that he does. He calls the BJP's ideological enemy, but he is more critical of the DMK. So the worry here of both these alliances, Gauri, is that whose votes is he going to cut? After the Karur stampede, which claimed the lives of at least 40 people, there was an expectation that Vijay's popularity would go down and his political campaign will be completely derailed. That did not really happen, because he had rallies in Puducherry and also in Erode, and somehow surveys of all political parties have also shown that his popularity seems to be increasing. Yes, he does not have a full organization in place. There are many challenges there. He doesn't still have a symbol yet, right? So so there is a sense that every political party sees him as an enemy, and alliances are also being formed. So I believe that there is more at stake here, not just processes, but also politics that seems to be playing out. Let's go to Vijay Gopal. Vijay Gopal, the fact that Parashakti has been released, and like Gauri is pointing out, that it's also a politically loaded film with a lot of stuff on anti-Hindi agitations, and it is also against the Congress party. A lot of fans of Jananayakan, especially Vijay's fans, were waiting for this movie because it's the last movie before he plunges into politics full time. What is the sense that they have? Have they watched Parashakti? How do they feel about the fact that their leader seems to be the one who is stuck in one legal hurdle after the other?
It's an emotional moment for fans because Jananayakan is said to be the last farewell movie for Vijay, and as far as fans are concerned, they believe some conspiracy theory. Remember, on social media and all, Vijay fans are attacking against the Parashakti movie. They are targeting Parashakti movie. Even the Parashakti creative producer and even director Sudha Kunkara itself came and gave a comment saying that Vijay fans shouldn't do this viewers shouldn't target the movie as the Jananayagan is getting delayed. Nowhere Parashakti is connected to the Jananayagan delay. This was clarification given by the Parashakti movie crew. But however, fans claim that, saying that the Parashakti movie crew is doing some sort of things they are speculating some things. But however, Vijay had to react over this. Remember, TVK had to react over the Jananayagan delay. Even the first reaction regarding Jananayagan was from TVK Joint General Secretary CTR Nirmal Kumar after the CBI probe, after the CBI summon inquiry, where he had said that, saying that the case is pending before the court, so TVK don't want to involve in that, don't want to intervene and comment further on that. As far as TVK is concerned, they are expecting the movie will release very shortly after the court cleared the censor certificate. But however, the politics plays a role. Even Congress, like you mentioned, Congress backs Jananayagan, but they criticize the Parashakti movie for the few scenes which is against the Congress, and factually, historically, it has some error. Even NDTV spoke to Praveen Chakravarti, where he also questioned when Parashakti team actors Shivakarthikeyan and Jayam Ravi had a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is actually the movie actually against the anti-Hindi agitation. Why Jananayagan is being delayed, is being blocked? This was the question asked by the Congress, and even Congress MP Manikam Thakur also asked the same question. So there is a political angle also to this, but DMK
but there is a huge political angle, and we are highlighting just that, the sense that actor Vijay's fans feel that his movie is being targeted because he's taken this big political plunge and he's going to be the big X factor in battleground Tamil Nadu. But this is something I'm going to ask both Vijay and to you, Vasudha, which is that movies do get delayed. There are times when certifications do take longer than what it happens. This is of course different because you're talking about it having an impact on a very crucial electoral battle. Now help us understand that when Parashakti goes ahead and makes the most of a Pongal weekend and Jananayagan misses that big window, what is the kind of dent that we are talking about here, and how is that likely to impact the movie and actor Vijay?
Well, Gauri, the Pongal weekend is considered one of those very auspicious occasions to release. It's like the Diwali weekend. We've all seen big movies from Bajrangi Bhaijaan to so many of these movies either being a Diwali release or an Eid release. But Diwali release is a big thing. And Tamil Nadu, which is seen as a land of films and where films and politics also intersect quite often, Pongal weekend is seen as something that, is of huge revenues when it comes to the film's own earnings and also in terms of entertainment of people. Like I was explaining, there's one particular festival as part of Pongal which is called Kanum Pongal, which is when people from villages come to cities, and I've reported on this from Chennai, where they would be thronging the memorials of MGR and Periyar and Kamarajar, and they would be going to movies because that's seen as part of tradition. Like Kanum Pongal is a day where you where you leave the day for complete sightseeing and you enjoy with your family watching movies, and movies are considered an important tradition of Tamil households, which is why this movie missing the Pongal weekend also would mean disappointment for a lot of fans.
Vijay Gopal, help us understand that you've been speaking to your sources in the TVK as well. What are they saying about it? Were they anticipating the legal delays to actually last that long? Were they prepared for more cuts? Were they prepared for, whatever it takes, let me not miss the Pongal weekend? What is it that they are telling you about their strategy from here on?
Very interestingly, TVK spokesperson or TVK leaders are refusing to comment about the Jananayagan issue. Even like I mentioned, CTR Nirmal Kumar was the only person who reacted over the Jananayagan issue, where he had said, where he had thanked the leaders who had backed the Jananayagan movie over the release, backed the Vijay for the delay in getting certification. But he didn't accuse BJP government or central government. Even the question was posed to him, asking Chief Minister and Congress leader Rahul Gandhi had blamed the BJP government over this. What's TVK reaction to that? He cleverly said, he interestingly said, the case is pending before the court, so TVK don't want to comment now. But very soon, once the movie gets released, they will give a detailed press brief regarding that. This is the point of view from the TVK as we speak now, because their leaders are very cautiously and very carefully avoiding to give
what's happening backdoors from the TVK side, because they also are unable to understand why the movie is being stalled, and they've also reached out to a lot of people in an attempt to find out what could be like a middle ground. But I do believe that there's so much at play here, most of it politics. Deshri, you were tracking Vijay the other day when he came here and for the first set of summons, and then he's expected here on the 19th as well. What is your impression of the entire case and the fact that was TVK prepared for what the court said today?
Well, see, one thing is very much clear, that he has a very strong fan base. Now needs to be seen that, as you and Vasudha, both of you were discussing, that keeping in mind that the manner in which he has the fan base and the political debut that he is doing, keeping in mind this is his last movie, will he be able to convert the fan base to the voter base? Number one. And number two, the most important thing, and the strong speculations are also going around of alliance as well, because we have also been seeing the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has also in fact hit out at the central government, particularly the I&B ministry, holding them accountable for not getting the movie released, or in fact holding them responsible for creating obstacles in the release of the movie of TVK chief of Vijay. So we'll also have to see that if, as and when the movie gets released, post that as well, will he be able to convert the fan base to voter base, number one, and will he also be in the position of kingmaker if at all he goes to, if he at all he decides to go for an alliance with the NDA, or in fact India bloc for that matter. So that remains to be seen. But what important as of now is that the statement or a reaction coming in from Vijay, as of now he has not reacted, but yes, his fans are definitely waiting that what Vijay has to say on this. They were very much hopeful, keeping in mind that the Supreme Court would have taken in consideration and the movie could have been released. But keeping in mind that, remember that there was an complaint that was filed, and then it was in the review committee, it was in the revision committee, I beg your pardon, when in fact this where this complaint was filed about using the symbols related to the Indian Armed Forces, and that was perhaps under scrutiny, that that should be allowed or not in the movie. So that is why where these objections are being raised. Now all these things will be heard on 20th of January by the High Court.
So those are some of the objections that were highlighted, the objections raised by the censor board, because of which this matter is now embroiled in legal controversy. Vijay, let me ask you this, Vijay Gopal, let me ask you this, that as things stand right now, again, I'm not linking, I'm just stating what happens next. On 19th of January is when actor Vijay will be here in Delhi again for the second set of summons by the CBI. On the 20th is when the movie is going to be heard. The petition for Jananayagan will be heard again in Madras High Court. Can we expect anything else in the interim in the next couple of days? Or is this how it's likely to now pan out?
All dates are actually coincidental, and before Vijay is we will get clear information only in 2 or 3 days whether Vijay is going to appear before the CBI yet again, or will he look for other options. But as far as this release is concerned, Vijay is also very keen to release the movie, the production of Jananayagan very soon, because it's very disappointing for fans. But remember what happened during Thalaiva release, Vijay's biggest movie in his career, one of the biggest movie in career, Thalaiva in 2013. It got delayed for more than 10 days after Vijay released a video giving clarification over the movie. Then only it got released. So it's the same scenario we are seeing right now after
That's
almost...
That's a very important point, Vijay Gopal, you made, that there was a clarification issued last time around by the actor when his last major movie was stalled by 10 days. Is that going to happen is the big question, Vasudha.
That's right, Gauri. We're used, as Vijay fans, a lot of us are used to controversies in Vijay's movies. Mersal saw opposition by doctors and the BJP. The BJP said that GST was presented in a wrong way. And then we've also seen controversies in Tupaki and several other movies, even Katti and Thalaiva. But yes, this time it's different because Tamil Nadu elections are coming up and Vijay is not just a superstar, but also a contender for the CM's post. With that,
we're slipping into a very short break. Viewers, it's a wrap from me and Vasudha. Up ahead is our colleague Vedika, who takes you through the big stories of the day.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3 into 50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation on the NDTV network.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground."
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
Final countdown to Maha Clash.
Battle for BMC gets super vicious. Ill-tempered fight gets uglier. Thackeray's roar at challengers. Mahayuti sniffs another victory. Unmissable build-up on NDTV. Battleground BMC. Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
The first Indian news channel at the World Economic Forum at Davos. "21 years at the heart of the world's most influential dialogue.
Continuing to make sure that the poorest are not forgotten.
Big enough, brave enough, bold enough to face the critics.
We've been doing more and more improvements.
We are the fastest growing amongst the major economies.
Both of us are interested in these.
Young girls aren't in school because they're scavenging for water for the family.
We need to get out of the way and into the work of breaking open access for each and everyone.
Now, India's most trusted news network returns to the Alps with its most formidable editorial voices. NDTV Ignite at Davos.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV.
Good afternoon, you're with Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood. A quick check on the headlines at this hour. Big blow to Vijay's Jannanayagan. Supreme Court junks plea against censor board asks Jannanayagan makers to go back to Madras High Court. Top court says High Court to decide on appeal on the 20th of this month. Mumbai votes in high-stakes BMC polls. Title Defence for Thackeray's. Devendra Bhau sniffs victory. Survival battle for Thackeray's. Big test for Bhau, Shinde, Jodi. Jallikattu season kick-starts. More than 1,000 bulls part of the Jallikattu. 550 tamers participate. Over 1,000 police personnel on spot for security. 78th Army Day Parade in Jaipur, India salutes its brave valor in step, honor in heart. X stops Grok from undressing images of real people after backlash. This comes after strong warnings from several countries, including India. Air India issues advisory as Iran shuts airspace amid widespread protests against Khamenei and growing tensions with US. We start with breaking news coming in. The Supreme Court is hearing the petition filed by the Enforcement Directorate against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for allegedly obstructing the ED search of the office of the IPAC, the political consultant of the All India Trinamool Congress. The latest that we have for you at this point is that the counsel for the Enforcement Directorate has gone on record in the hearing to say this is a shocking case where uniformed police officers sit on dharna with the Chief Minister. The Supreme Court had asked the Enforcement Directorate counsel to explain how is this maintainable, and then you have ED's counsel going on to say that this is an offence of theft by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, is what Solicitor General Tushar Mehta has said. This kind of act will encourage state police officers to aid and abet such cases, and also has said set an example, ask authorities to suspend the DGP, Rajiv Kumar, and Police Commissioner and Deputy Police Commissioner of Kolkata. Joining me live on this story is Shreyashi. Shreyashi, some very scathing remarks coming in from the Solicitor General on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate in India's top court right now.
Well, that's right. Just this morning before the hearing, the ED has filed a fresh application for imprisonment of the DOPT as well as the MHA, under whose purview the IPS officers of the state also fall under. Now, the Supreme Court is hearing the matter in which the Enforcement Directorate has alleged that the Chief Minister of West Bengal, along with senior IPS officers and police force, obstructed the raids that were being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in the alleged coal smuggling scam. The ED here at the Calcutta High Court yesterday also mentioned that there was no seizures done by the Enforcement Directorate. Instead, it's the Chief Minister who had taken all the files and electronic evidences from the location where the search operations were being conducted. One, IPAC office, and second, at Pratik Jain's residence, who is the director of IPAC. Now, the Enforcement Directorate is demanding a CBI investigation into this matter and has asked the Supreme Court to retain all the CCTV footages that have been already seized by the Kolkata police of the day of the search operations that were conducted here in Kolkata. At the same time, there are 4 FIRs that have been filed by Mamata Banerjee's police against the Enforcement Directorate. The ED has also sought a quashing of these FIRs against their officers. So, of course, it's going to be a big face-off between the Mamata Banerjee government and the Enforcement Directorate in the Supreme Court. At this moment, the ASB has already informed the court that this amounts to theft, and if action is not taken against the IPS officers who accompanied the minister on the day of the raid, that means that it will set a wrong precedent to the remaining officers across the country in such situations. So, of course, we'll have to keep a close watch on what the Supreme Court ultimately orders. But at this moment, ED is making its points before the bench of the Supreme Court, the division bench of Supreme Court, after which Kapil Sibal will be making arguments on behalf of the Chief Minister of West Bengal.
In fact, he's already interjected from what I can see here, but I want to ask you, Shreyashi, there's a very important comment coming in from the Solicitor General here. I'm just going to read that out, where Tushar Mehta says the officers of ED intimated local police and acting under Section 17 PMLA was to probe IPAC and then all police officers. The Chief Minister took away all the files. This is theft. She took an ED officer's phone as well. A very scathing remark there, a very important remark there being made by the Solicitor General there. How has the Trinamool Congress been reacting to these claims made by the Enforcement Directorate even previously in the hearing in Calcutta?
Well, Vedika, when it comes to the Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee is the last word. And of course, she has been extremely vocal about these search operations conducted by the ED in a 2020 case that they have once again renewed investigation in the alleged coal scam. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, on the day of the debate, as we were covering, had come out with a green file, a laptop and a mobile phone. Even at the IPAC office, the ED has alleged that the electronic device of the Enforcement Directorate where the data was being transferred was taken away for 2 hours by the DGP of West Bengal Police, Rajiv Kumar, and they were intimidated. The police here have booked the Enforcement Directorate for theft, criminal intimidation, and also for trespassing. So those, charges are also being investigated by the Kolkata police against the Enforcement Directorate. But anyone here in West Bengal will say that these scenes are not new in the state. We have seen this previously in 2019 as well, when the CBI had reached then Police Commissioner Rajiv Kumar, who is now the DGP, his residence to serve him a summon in the alleged Narda scam. And, hell had broken loose with the CBI officers being detained by the Kolkata police. So these situations have, risen before. But Mamata Banerjee has been putting up a brave face. She took out a protest rally the very next day in Kolkata along with her party supporters and leaders. The Trinamool Congress is sticking to its stand that their political data has been stolen by the Enforcement Directorate ahead of the Vidhan Sabha elections here in West Bengal. And this is an attempt that is being made by the BJP, a direct allegation made by the Chief Minister against Home Minister Amit Shah here in Kolkata.
Stand from you if you could take us through what happened in the High Court yesterday, because that also seems to be a part of the conversation happening in the top court right now.
Well, yesterday in the Calcutta High Court, S.V. Raju, on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate, asked that both the matters be adjourned because they are pending before the Supreme Court. That's when Trinamool Congress's counsel, Menika Guruswamy, interjected and said that data had been stolen by the Enforcement Directorate and they want that to be preserved and not be circulated to anyone. That's when the ED also intervened and said that there was no seizure and stated the Panchnama that was recorded at both Pratik Jain's residence as well as the IPAC office, where the Enforcement Directorate has reiterated that no documents of the Trinamool Congress or any documents from IPAC office was seized. There was no electronic evidence was seized. Instead, there was an attempt to criminally intimidate the Enforcement Directorate officers, and files and laptop was taken by the Chief Minister amounting to theft. So those are the arguments that were made in the Calcutta High Court. Thereafter, the judge, Justice Subra Ghosh, adjourned the matter in which, the ED had in fact disposed both the matters. The first matter was disposed because the ED said that no evidence was taken. There was no seizure done at both the locations. And the second matter was disposed because the Supreme Court was hearing it. So essentially, there was nothing that happened significant here at the Calcutta High Court, and the ball was shifted to the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court judges have asked if the High Court was converted into a Jantar Mantar, and then you have Tushar Mehta agreeing to it and saying yes, the court was turned into a Jantar Mantar by circulating a WhatsApp message saying, come to this court on this date and this time. And he goes on to argue, we approach the High Court, now see what happens when mobocracy overtakes democracy. See what the High Court judge observes in the order. It notes huge number of lawyers gathered creating commotion. She stated environment in court was not conducive for a hearing. What can you share about that hearing in terms of what the claims are from the Enforcement Directorate's counsel at this point, that mobocracy took over democracy?
Well, he's obviously stating what happened on the 9th of January, a day after the search operations, when Calcutta High Court took up the matter for hearing at 2:30 p.m. Before Justice Shubhra Ghosh's bench. There was a lot of commotion. The courtroom was small to actually hold so many spectators. There were a lot of advocates. Interns were also present. Media was present inside the courtroom to hear what both the sides had to put before the bench. But thereafter, the judge got missed. She got up and left for her chamber. Kalyan Banerjee, who was representing the Chief Minister, also appealed to the advocates who are not linked to the matter to leave the premises, but that did not happen. The police was at the security outside the courtroom. Pleas were made to the people to vacate the courtroom so that a peaceful hearing can take place. But after 15 minutes, when that did not happen, the matter was adjourned to January 14th, yesterday. And the matter now both have been disposed by the Calcutta High Court, and all eyes on the Supreme Court that is hearing the matter currently, where, of course, Tushar Mehta is making his points on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate, after which Kapil Sibal will be putting in his points on behalf of the Chief Minister of West Bengal.
You know, Nupur is inside the Supreme Court. We will get word from her shortly, but I want to understand from you if you could even further decode this for us, Shreyashi. This is our biggest story here on Breaking Ground at the top of 12 p.m. There is this demand, and has been for a while, by the Enforcement Directorate and through their counsel to suspend DGP Rajiv Kumar, the Police Commissioner, as well as the Deputy Police Commissioner. What has been the stand of the police, the Kolkata police, on this entire fiasco?
Well, when we did speak to the Kolkata Police Commissioner during a public event earlier this week, he refused to comment, saying that the matter is sub judice. As for DGP Rajiv Kumar, this is not the first time that he has been embroiled in a controversy against the central agencies. He's also been featured prominently during CBI raids here in West Bengal and later on as well. But as far as action coming in for DGP, that would, of course, have a larger significance in his, professional career. But he is due to retire at the end of this month. He has only few days left in office, after which he will be demitting his office. So whether or not any action comes in on him at this point will make very little difference. As for the DCP and the Commissioner of Police are concerned, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has vehemently stand by her officers. Time and again, we have seen her also sit on a dharna earlier for Rajiv Kumar in 2019 when CBI tried to reach his residence. So Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is also the Home Minister of the state, has always backed her police officers, be it during the RG Kaur, rape and murder case investigation, when there was a lot of public anger towards the police force here. She has stuck the ground and stayed on with her police officers. Those police officers have been reinstated into higher posts currently here in West Bengal. So essentially, we'll have to wait and see what kind of order the Supreme Court passes, and whether or not, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee challenges that further, or whether or not she really takes any action will be to see. But so far, we can tell the viewers that going by the history of the state, no such action has ever been taken against any senior IPS officer that has accompanied the Chief Minister during central agency raids.
Court, Shreyashi, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta goes on to say, I don't wish to say anything, but we are here to protect fundamental right of our officers. We are acting under the Act, and we do not seize for any personal gains here. So that seems to be one of the claims by the Enforcement Directorate at a time when the Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee, all claim that the Enforcement Directorate, of course, has been their claim repeatedly, is being used as a tool by the centre against them.
Well, that's right. When they did file the application before the Supreme Court, they had stated Article 32 was violated here by the Chief Minister as well as the police officers. On the 8th of January at around 6:20 is when the ED had reached Pratik Jain, a director of IPAC's residence here in Kolkata, and simultaneously also reached the residence or also reached the IPAC office in Kolkata. And they were conducting simultaneous raids. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee reached Pratik Jain's residence at around noon and walked out with files, a laptop and a mobile phone from Pratik Jain's residence that the ED was examining at that point in time. Thereafter, she came to the IPAC office and she sat on a dharna there along with her party leadership and senior officials of the administration. She came out, she addressed the media. She was there till about 4 p.m. And around 6:30 in the evening, the ED left the IPAC premises. And in the Panchnama, in both these locations, they have stated that there was no seizures made, no documents were seized, and no digital evidence was taken. So essentially, the ED has been raising this point that they haven't been able to go ahead and investigate the case for which they had been given a nod and had taken all the requisite documents to conduct their search operations from the Delhi officers. But of course, this coming ahead of the elections in West Bengal has taken a complete political turn, with the Trinamool Congress pointing fingers at the BJP, saying that they are allegedly misusing the central agencies to steal data of the political party that has engaged the IPAC for over 6 years now in West Bengal. And even at a time when the SIR exercise is being conducted, all their confidential data is in the IPAC office. Pratik Jain also handles the IT and the social media handles of the party. So all these allegations have been leveled by the Trinamool Congress against the ED. And of course, we are going to see these arguments also play out inside the Supreme Court as the hearing continues.
Just hold off for a moment. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment from now, Shirshi, where we will also talk about the bigger picture. Till now, we've been talking about all those big attacks that the Enforcement Directorate's Council has been making inside the Supreme Court against Mamata Banerjee and her party, the Trinamool Congress, as well as the top cops of the city. But before that, let's just take our viewers through what's really happening inside court. Some of the big attacks here. The Chief Minister has a pattern of taking law into her hands, is one claim by the Enforcement Director. State police misuse, hence suspend some of them. Chief Minister entered without permit, took away files. This is a case of theft, is what they are also saying at this point against Mamata Banerjee. CM also grabbed Enforcement Directorate officer's phone. Central forces being demoralized. Set an example is what they're saying by suspending the top cops who were involved. State will think they can barge in, commit theft. So this could be also them trying to attempt to say here that if you don't do anything about it, this will give more ammo, more ammunition to the state government. Hence, take action is a part of their plea while they are in the top court. Very interesting here, Shreyashi. One truth, one incident, two versions. Who's really the victim here is the question, and that is what the fight is also essentially all about in India's top court this afternoon.
Well, that's right. The alleged poll scam in which the Enforcement Directorate has begun fresh investigation from New Delhi. Remember, the officers who came to Kolkata to conduct those search operations were all from New Delhi, accompanied by few officers from the Kolkata branch. So essentially, it's the officers in Delhi who were conducting these search operations at the IPAC office and at the residence of Pratik Jain. But more importantly, so far as the whole investigation is concerned, which is both under the CBI as well as the Enforcement Directorate investigation, majority of the prime accused are out on bail. There have been charge sheets that have been filed by both the CBI as well as the ED, but there has been no trial that has begun. The charge sheets have, been submitted before the special courts in Kolkata as well as New Delhi, where the investigations are being carried out. But really, no one has been put on trial as yet as far as this investigation is concerned, which is why the Trinamool Congress is also questioning the timing of these search operations and the sudden, activeness of the Enforcement Directorate after filing an FIR in ECIR in 2020.
Coming back in a moment, Shirshi, because there is something very big coming through from the Supreme Court right now. The Supreme Court has called this a very serious case. The Supreme Court has said it is a very serious matter and we will issue notices, is what we're being told at this point. This has to do, of course, with the case that Shirshi and I have been talking about. We will bring you more on this, but going back to you, Shirshi, continue with what you were saying at this point. But this is a very serious observation being made by India's top court in the case.
Well, usually when such allegations are made, the court does give the respondents time to file their side of the allegations, and that happens in terms of notices. This is to ascertain whether or not these officers were actually at the place of the search operations as being alleged by the ED. The evidence that has been seized, that is the CCTV visuals from both these locations where the search operations were being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate. So all these details will be, required by the Supreme Court before a larger order can be, passed So usually notices being issued to the respondents or the petitioners are a usual form of the Supreme Court. But of course, this is a high voltage hearing that is taking place in the Supreme Court. And on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate, Tushar Mehta is making the arguments. And shortly from now, Kapil Sibal will be keeping his, arguments before the Supreme Court on behalf of the West Bengal government. But of course, some very, very serious allegations being made by the Enforcement Directorate against the Mamata Banerjee government of obstructing search operations during the alleged coal scam investigation here in Kolkata.
So two big developments from inside the top court, and I'm going to just recap that for our viewers, then we'll go back to Shreyashi. Shreyashi, this is important to note what has happened inside the Supreme Court. Some big remarks coming in from the top court. They have said, and I'm quoting the judges here, we are very much disturbed by what happened in court. That's something you and I just discussed. Perhaps, the references to the 9th. And then it is a very serious issue. SC intends to issue notices. The hearing is still on, and you have Kapil Sibal, who has also intervened, saying that here are side of the story first before issuing those notices. And SC says, we are hearing you, but we are very much disturbed on what has happened in the High Court. So while you have that face-off between the BJP, the Trinamool Congress, and the Enforcement Directorate, you also have a lot happening parallelly on what happened in Kolkata in that hearing in the High Court. Shreyashi is still with us. All right, I believe Shreyashi is not with us for a moment there. We'll try and reconnect with her. But a lot of developments coming in from India's top court there on this matter between the Enforcement Directorate and the Trinamool Congress. It's fiery Mamata Banerjee versus the Enforcement Directorate. You've had the Trinamool Congress say repeatedly that in this case, we have seen the centre use the Enforcement Directorate against us over and over again. That is one of their top claims. They are playing the victim card there as well. But you have the Enforcement Directorate through its counsel today saying that this is our job and we were just doing our job. But the big takeaway for now, while this hearing continues, is that the Supreme Court has said that this is a serious case. It's a disturbing matter, especially what happened inside the court. They will be issuing notices. That's when Kapil Sibal, who is representing the Trinamool Congress here, Mamata Banerjee here, has stepped in and said, hold on, just listen to us before you go ahead and issue those notices. Remember, this case dates back to a couple of days back when you had the ED raid the IPAC office and residence of its co-founder, and then Mamata Banerjee was seen storming in. That file in her hand has been highly controversial in terms of the claims by the Enforcement Directorate, and we will try and get our reporters on this story, which is developing every minute. Some very important observations coming in there from the Supreme Court. I'm going to take you through some of them from the very top, where you've had the big charges on Mamata Banerjee being levelled by Tushar Mehta, who is representing the Enforcement Directorate. He has said that Mamata Banerjee barged into that raid that took place when the Enforcement Directorate was raiding the IPAC office and the co-founder's residence. Mamata Banerjee took away files and an officer's phone. They claim that this is clear theft by Mamata Banerjee. Mobocracy under Mamata Banerjee is what they're also saying, that this is a case of mobocracy versus democracy is what everyone expects. These are all charges, remember, being levelled by Tushar Mehta on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate inside India's top court. They also claim that a crowd gathered in the High Court when this matter was being heard on the 9th. The claim also here, and this is very important to note, is that there was a lot of movement that had happened inside the High Court and right outside. So what the Enforcement Directorate is trying to claim here is that a lot of that manoeuvring was orchestrated by the Trinamool Congress. You also have them claiming that WhatsApp messages were sent out for crowds to gather there, and that the High Court turned into Jantar Mantar, which essentially means there was utter chaos inside and outside the High Court. Shreyashi is now on the phone line with me on this. Shreyashi, some very scathing remarks coming in. The focus is, of course, as much on what happened on the 9th inside the High Court as it is on the raids and the fallout of the raid.
Well, absolutely. And what the Enforcement Directorate is essentially doing is it's highlighting the kind of obstruction it has faced in West Bengal while carrying out an investigation. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has been investigating the alleged coal pilferage scam here in the state of West Bengal since 2020. And it had renewed its search operations on the 8th of January here in West Bengal, but faced obstruction from none other than the Chief Minister herself, who barged into the raid site in Kolkata at IPAC Director Pratik Jain's residence and thereafter the IPAC office along with her officials. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has, of course, raised this part where they faced obstruction directly from the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and they're also raising the obstruction for the hearing that happened on the very next day at the Calcutta High Court, where the judge could not hear the matter, got missed, left for her chamber and passed an order of adjournment of this hearing till the 14th of January, causing a further delay in the ED's investigation. So now the matter is being heard in the Supreme Court, where the Enforcement Directorate is reiterating the kind of, roadblocks it takes here in West Bengal, highlighting these obstructions to ensure that the Supreme Court takes action against the West Bengal government and passes an order in favor of the Enforcement Directorate.
All right, now let's also just take our viewers through what's happening inside the Supreme Court. Kapil Sibal has started speaking as well. He is, like I said, representing Mamata Banerjee. He is the counsel for Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool Congress. Kapil Sibal has asked some very valid questions as well, Shreyashi. Some of them are, what was the need to go there in the midst of election season? Last development in the coal scam, that is the basis on which that raid was conducted according to the Enforcement Directorate. So Kapil Sibal says the last development in the coal scam case took place in February 2024. What were they doing there in 2026? So Shreyashi, you have the Trinamool Congress in the top court questioning the timing of these raids.
Well, that's right. The Chief Minister herself has also alleged that all this is being done at the behest of the Bharatiya Janata Party, where the ED has been sent here in West Bengal to take away confidential party data that is with the IPAC and belongs to the Trinamool Congress, because the IPAC has been assisting the Trinamool Congress for the past 6 years. But also the allegations that the ED has made is very important in this case. It has said that IPAC has, and especially Pratik Jain, has been a beneficiary of Hawala money that has come into IPAC in crores. And the Enforcement Directorate, in its official statement on January 8th, had, spoken out about these Hawala links in the alleged coal smuggling scam, which led them to the IPAC office, saying that Hawala money was parked in IPAC's accounts. And
just hold on for a moment, Shreyashi. I do have Priyanka Tibrawal from the BJP joining me on the phone line. Ms. Tibrawal, I'm going to come to you in a moment from now. A quick recap, even for your benefit, of what's happening inside India's top court on this hearing. You have Kapil Sibal, who is the counsel for the Trinamool Congress, now saying IPAC, as we all know, takes care of the elections in West Bengal. There's a formal contract between the TMC and IPAC.